council meeting. As the province moves ahead to the second phase of reopening, which is encouraging for everyone, here in Waterloo Region, we will be delayed in our move to the second stage of reopening. We have seen an increase in the number of cases recently, which requires all of us to ensure we get our first and second vaccine as soon as possible, but also reminds us of the need to continue to take precautions and only travel for essential reasons, continue to wear your mask and physically distance to keep you and those around you safe. We continue to receive news of more unmarked graves at residential schools across this country. As a result, the city has lowered our flags in memories of this recent discovery in Saskatchewan of 751 lives. This is a time for reflection for our community. It's understandable to be feeling like we want to take action as we learn more and understand more. Learning and speaking the truth is the first step toward truth and reconciliation. Collectively, we all must learn about the history and acknowledge these atrocities, which have been hidden for far too many years. We can begin by educating ourselves, listening to the experiences and perspectives of our Indigenous communities. What can you do? Tomorrow, June 30th, is a day to listen. From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Wednesday, June 30th, on radio stations across Canada, in recognition of National Indigenous History Month, and in partnership with Gord Downey and Chani Wenjack Fund, A Day to Listen is dedicated to sharing stories from Indigenous leaders, residential school survivors, elders, musicians, and teachers throughout the day. We can listen tomorrow. And now I'd like to take a moment's silence so we can reflect. As Mayor McGarry transitions back into her full-time role, I'm assisting in the chair this morning, and Mayor McGarry will chair this evening's meeting when council reconvenes at 5 p.m. I'd like to remind everyone that as a result of social distancing guidelines being in place, in-person public attendance at special meetings of council is not currently available. However, the procedures for electronic participation during the course of an emergency allow for the public to provide written submissions to the city clerk's office in advance of the meeting for items on the agenda, and to also call in via telephone to our virtual meeting. This morning, we have one statutory public meeting under the Ontario Planning Act. We will be taking a 30-minute recess around noon, and we hope to have heard most of our pre-registered delegations, but if not, at that time, we will recess and return for the remainder of speakers, including those who wish to call into our public meeting. At the conclusion of the statutory public meeting today, council will take a recess and reconvene at 5 p.m. for a regular council meeting to consider other items on the agenda. Now we will move to our regular agenda. And I will ask our deputy clerk to complete a roll call of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we are coming to you electronically today. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Adshade,
Present.
Counselor Devine,
Present.
Counselor Meta,
Present.
Counselor Hamilton,
Present.
Counselor Liggett,
Present.
Counselor Mann,
Present.
Counselor Reed,
Present.
Counselor Wolf,
Present.
and Mayor McGarry.
Present.
And Mayor McGarry, I see you have your hand raised. Did you have a question?
Thank you. Just a comment. Thank you very much for assisting in the chair today. I just wanted to note that as I'm transitioning back, there may be times where my camera is turned off, but I just want everyone to know that I'm still present and engaged, but there will be periods of time that I may need to turn my camera off. And thank you again for chairing today.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. In addition, we're going to take a moment to welcome the staff we have joining us electronically today. We have our city manager, David Calder, our deputy city managers, Dave Bush, Hardy Bromberg, Cheryl Zonleiter, and Yogesh Shah. Our chief financial officer, Cheryl Ayers, our city solicitor, Lisa Shields. And we also have staff from other divisions joining us this morning, and they will join the meeting when their item is up for discussion. Clerking the meeting today, we have our Deputy City Clerk, Jennifer Shaw, and Briar Allison, Council Committee Services Coordinating. And also, thanks today to our Technology Services staff, Greg Alge, who is assisting with logistics for this meeting. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather today is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also want to acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land. A reminder to members of council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of council to declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to the matter under consideration. To council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will move forward with our agenda for today. Today, we have one statutory public meeting under the Ontario Planning Act. I will call upon staff to provide an introductory presentation at the beginning of the meeting. And after we have heard from staff, we will hear from the applicant for the property. Afterwards, I will call for our pre-registered delegations and then open up the phone lines to any members of our virtual audience who have tuned in to listen live stream of today's meeting and wish to speak to the item. Members of our virtual audience wishing to speak to the item before us today may contact us at 519-740-4680 extension 4799. Again, this number is 519-740-4680 extension 4799. City staff are on hand to monitor and receive calls to this number during the course of the statutory public meeting. This number is also available on our city website, our agenda, and on the live stream of our meeting located on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Each delegate who participates will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. I remind members of council and public that there is no debate of the item in the public meeting. I also remind council that this statutory public meeting will be before council a second time with a recommendation report, and today's process is for public consultation. Council will consider all oral and written comments prior to making a decision on a planning application. If a member of the public would like to be informed of further reports and/or discussions on the matter, we ask that you please email your name and contact information to our planning division. The contact information for the staff member associated with the public meeting will be shared as part of their presentation. We are excited to be here with you again, Cambridge, for another special council meeting and another reminder that we are all in this together and we need to continue to do our part. Today's statutory public meeting is agenda item number 5.1, Public Meeting Report 21-169 CD, Public Meeting Report 130 Water Street North and 0 Park Hill Road West, Cambridge Developments, Inc. and Grand River. We will hear from staff. Then we will move to hear from anyone who wishes to call into this item. I will ask council that we hold off on questions for staff and the consultant until we hear from all delegations today as part of the public meeting. And I will ask council that we hold off on questions for staff until we hear from all delegations as part of this public meeting. I want to note that the city has received numerous pieces of correspondence on this item, and those items will be incorporated into the minutes of today's meeting. Should you wish to send more correspondence in, you may send them to the clerks at cambridge.ca. Again, clerks@cambridge.ca. And we will ask that any correspondence related to this item be received by July 1st to be included in the public record. Today, we will begin with a presentation from Mr. Matthew Blevins, Acting Manager of Development Planning, who will be providing an overview of this report. And I see Mr. Blevins is there, and we'll bring up your report. And thank you, Matthew. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to advise council, my camera will be off today. I'm coming to you all live from the Paris Fairgrounds, where I'm waiting to get my second injection of a COVID vaccine. So I'm taking the meeting from my car, but I wanted to make everyone aware that I am still fully engaged in the process and will be listening to all of the comments brought forward by the public today. So thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of committee staff, and the public. Before you today is the public meeting for 130 Water Street North and 0 Park Hill Road West, application OR 0521. And this is for the Cambridge Mill development. Slide, please. The purpose of today's meeting is to formally introduce the proposed planning applications to council and the public. And notice for today's meeting was issued in accordance with the Planning Act. Anyone who is interested in being added to the mailing list is asked to contact myself, the email address at the top of the slide, to be added to the register. Slide, please. I wanted to indicate that the public meeting today is at the very beginning part of the process. As I indicated, the purpose of today's meeting is to introduce these applications to council and the public. After the public meeting, there is a staff and agency review to provide comments to the applicant. All of those comments, as well as any comments received from the public and council, will be included in a future recommendation report that will be brought back to this council. They will then have the opportunity to discuss the matter and come to a decision. Slide, please. The property is located at northwest of the intersection of Water Street North and Simcoe Street, and is on the east side of the Grand River, as outlined in red on the photo on the slide. There is also a portion of the lands owned by the Grand River Conservation Authority, which is in the smaller inset picture, bottom right, and that is 0 Park Hill Road West. Slide, please. The applicant is proposing to develop a combined condominium and hotel with 253 residential units, which would be in a 37-story tower, and 146 hotel suites in a 28-story tower. The two buildings would be connected with a 2-story podium that is shared, which includes 429 square meters, or just over 4,500 square feet of food service space, as well as 566 square meters, or just over 6,000 square feet of service commercial space. Zoning bylaw amendment has been proposed to permit the development, as well as an official plan amendment. No affordable units have been proposed for the development. Slide, please. The applicant has requested an increase in maximum permitted density from 250 to 404 units per hectare. They've requested to decrease the minimum required landscape open space from 30% to 26%. There's a requested increase in height for the residential building of 37 stories at 143 meters, and an increase to 28 stories at 112 meters in height for the hotel building. They've requested to decrease the minimum required number of loading spaces from 2 to 1. Slide, please. As a part of this development, not included in these applications, is a parking structure at 7 Simcoe Street. The applicant has requested to provide some of the required parking in the garage at 7 Simcoe Street, as well as some at 119 to 129 Water Street North. There is also a proposed pedestrian overpass over Water Street North to connect the two structures. That is not a focus of this application. Slide, please. In the staff report included in the council agenda, there is a table that lays out the overall parking requirements. Through the review of the application, the staff have identified the potential requirement for a reduction in parking on the property. The reason that's done is that the parking spaces are proposed to be located off-site. So providing a reduction in parking for the hotel property would allow for those parking spaces being provided off-site without the need for the city to enter into a parking agreement. In the past, the city has done some research on the parking agreements, and they can be somewhat problematic for enforcement. But the intention would be for the parking spaces to be provided in this off-site facility. Slide, please. The applicant has provided a rendering, which I've included in the presentation. This is a concept with a view from Water Street North towards the river. The applicant will be providing a fairly detailed presentation, so staff did not include any additional renderings within the staff presentation. Slide, please. There are numerous considerations in reviewing a development application. Some of the most prevalent identified at this point are the land use compatibility with surrounding existing development and the permitted uses, impacts of the proposed increased height and density, the appropriateness in general of the proposed site-specific amendments, impacts surrounding traffic, servicing, viewshed, and urban design, as well as the proposed number and location of parking facilities. There are potential impacts from the floodplain. Staff will be focusing particularly on affordable housing. The property has also been identified as a brownfield site, so there will be discussion through the review process of the record of site condition process, as well as I mentioned before, as any and all comments received from council, the public, and agency circulation. Slide, please. This is the recommendation of staff as printed in the report, that application OR 0521 for 130 Water Street North and 0 Park Hill Road West be referred back to staff for subsequent report and staff recommendation. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, and we appreciate you're at the Paris Fairgrounds waiting for your second vaccine, and good luck with that today. We'll hold off on questions for staff until our consultants until after all delegations have spoken today. And we're just going to take a moment now to get our presenters into the meeting so that we can hear from them. And appreciate at the Paris Fairgrounds waiting for your second vaccine, and good luck with that today. Good morning, everyone. For staff until our consultant. If you can just turn the volume down on the YouTube, and we'll be able to get going. Thank you for being with us today. I understand that the following people are with us, and that includes Aaron Giacconi, President CEO of the Cambridge Mill, Michael Orston Holloway, Principal Landscape Architect, the Planning Partnership, Patrick Simmons, Principal Architect, Martin Simmons Architects, and Matt Johnson, Principal Planner, Urban Solutions. I also understand that a traffic consultant is available should council have questions related to traffic as we go on through the presentation. So first, we'll hear from the group's presentation today, and then we will move to the pre-registered delegations and any unregistered delegations that wish to call into the meeting. And following this, should council have questions for staff or the presenters, you may ask questions at that time. And I remind council and the public that this report is before us only for receipt today. Following today's meeting, a second report will come forward with recommendations, and it is at that time that council will be asked to determine the next steps. So welcome everybody, and you may ask our clerk to advance the slides as you go through your presentation. So again, welcome, and please go ahead with your presentation, gentlemen.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm here with Patrick Simmons, and wanted to thank you for the opportunity today to share our plans with the Cambridge Mill Hotel and Residence. My name is Aaron Ciccone. I am the President and CEO of Pearl Hospitality and the owner of the Cambridge Mill. So the Cambridge Mill has now been operating for more than 10 years successfully in the downtown. For those who have visited the mill, that you'll know that it caters to a wide range of experiences, whether it be for a dinner or to celebrate a special occasion. It has become a landmark in the downtown. It's become part of the fabric in the community, and we like to expand the celebration of people meeting and gathering by extending our hospitality to the next phase with the Cambridge Mill Hotel and Residence. Over the past several years, we've been working with a project team who share the passion for Cambridge and this development. Together, we see this as a transformational project that will help the city become a more vibrant community. One of the members of our project who will be speaking next is Michael Ormston Holloway. Michael was actually originally born and raised in Cambridge, and his work has taken him to many other parts of the world. So I'm happy that he has returned home to work on this project. Michael, I think I saw you online. I'll pass this over to you now at this point.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Ormston Holloway, and I'm going to speak today to the landscape and public realm design. Next slide, please. The project in this place is important, not only as a bookend to the extremely walkable downtown core, but for the first time we have a development proposal along the waterfront that does not only turn its back to the water, that not only does not turn its back to the water, but it goes so far as to flip that front door and to embrace the water. Next slide, please. For too long, we've turned our backs to the grand. We forget that this is why we're here in the first place. We can see here the context map framing the bookends of the downtown with the Cambridge Mill site to the north. Next slide, please. In this area, we've highlighted the water, and we can see how the core is bisected by the river, and with good reason, to provide ample access to the incredible resource that it is. Next slide, please. But the river's alive, and this proved to be a problem, and decadal flooding events were getting in the way of efficiency, productivity, and ultimately profit. Next slide, please. So we turn our backs and we channelize the river. The whole reason we were here in the first place was being threatened by a hydrological cycle that we just didn't understand. Next slide, please. We settled here because of the river, but our ongoing economic prosperity required that we control it, that we hide it, and ultimately remove our experiential connection to it. Out of sight, out of mind. Next slide, please. Until now. This isn't how we think anymore. These are not the values we have as people or the values we have as a city. Next slide, please. I've watched firsthand the journey Cambridge has been on. I grew up in between Blair and Doon. I was baptized at Trinity. I recall many celebratory dinners at the Black Shop or at Greystones, and whenever possible, trying to convince my mother to get milkshakes from Cafe 13. So you see, this is my home too. Next slide, please. I never wanted to leave home. That wasn't in my plan. But when I began my professional journey in landscape architecture and urban design, I felt I had to. We just didn't invest the same way in the public realm here. And there was little support for ideas that promoted sustainability, resiliency, or generally more dollars spent on the ground. In reality, we didn't just turn our backs to the river. We turned our backs to the downtown as well, and as a consequence, it lost its vibrancy. Again, I wanted to stay, but felt I had no choice at the time. Next slide, please. And one more. And that took me to wonderful places and opened the door for me to work on incredible landscapes. First in New York City, reactivating the shipping piers of Brooklyn, developing campus landscape master plans for Princeton and Harvard, and designing a waterfront spine that ran along both the Hudson and the East Rivers in Manhattan. More locally, I've been involved in many significant projects ranging from the revitalization of the Distillery District, the Brickworks, the Portland's waterfront in Toronto, and a handful of projects I'm now fortunate to be working on in Waterloo region, to name a few. Next slide, please. Waterloo's changing. Cambridge is changing. Waterloo region, excuse me, is changing. Cambridge is changing, and it's all changing very quickly. There's some incredible momentum here, and there's a level of dedication and commitment to the city, and to be clear, to a better city. This project aims to embrace these natural features. This project strives to highlight and interpret the grand. Next slide, please. Architecture makes a city iconic. Next slide. But landscape makes it memorable. Next slide, please. There are typologies that have established themselves throughout the course of our landscape design here. An elegant entry plaza designed for expansive views is framed by a lush garden walk, which choreographs a tailored experience as you approach the water with a truly seasonal landscape. The proposal has pulled the built form much closer to the road, which creates an urban and activated edge along Water Street toward vibrancy in the pedestrian realm. But perhaps most importantly, it's reoriented its front door toward the water. The red carpet entry is in fact a green waterfront promenade that reconnects us to what matters most here and begins to restitch our city. Next slide, please. But it goes beyond that. It's rare to work with a client that's so willing to invest so substantially in landscape design and to look so far outside its property boundaries toward a greater sense of stewardship and community building. Next slide, please. Pearl wants to look beyond its borders, and it wants to help the city create a truly incredible street and gateway to that street toward a real investment and sense of pride in our city's public realm and infrastructure. And here we can begin to see the vision of this. We can feel a new and a better Water Street, one that promotes a new model of pedestrian priority while establishing a worthy gateway to the historic core of the city. Next slide, please. We designed this space to reflect the passion and the care we see within the site, the level of craftsmanship and dedication to tailoring individual experiences. This all should be felt before you've even arrived, signaling a level of commitment far beyond what we typically expect. I'd like to walk you through some of these spaces now. Next slides, please. Where the building meets the ground, the podium, the adjacent landscape will do something that references it in a beautiful, compelling, and soft way that could be expressed through light, through color, through sculpture, and it may look something like this. Next slide, please. More importantly, the walkway is proposed to be anything but a traditional sidewalk, meandering in and out, framing views, orchestrating dynamic movements, and expanding at moments for places for seating, gardens, and gathering. Next slide, please. We're also proposing low, disappearing landscape walls to better reference our urban context and reach across Park Hill Road to pull in some of that rich language by tuning into the ruins of Millrace Park to the south. Next slide, please. A tightly spaced rhythm of trees toward connected canopies that shade slow-paced walkways, which will be underpinned with a strong horticultural and ecological design. Next slide, please. This will all work together to promote a seasonal landscape that embraces both shoulder seasons, with spring flowers that feed our starving overwinter pollinators and beautiful fall color and food sources to fuel our migratory songbirds for their long journey ahead. Next slide, please. As part of this visioning for this project, one cannot help but consider the approach and the current state of Highway 24 and the intersection of Water and Ainslie. There are many gateways to Cambridge. We can see a couple of them here, but none of them are doing anything close to properly heralding your arrival in the city of Cambridge. Next slide, please. We can do better. And while it could look like many things, something a public art competition might capture best, what I'm saying is that we should mark these moments because they matter. And we hope to work with the region to realize a vision like this. So let's design like it matters Let's celebrate like we've arrived. Next slide, please. These are our guiding principles, and when you put it all together, it brings us here. Thank you for your time today, and I'll pass it along to Patrick now.
Thanks, Michael, and thank you all for joining us this morning. Next slide, please. My name's Patrick Simmons from Martin Simmons Architects. Many of you have been to Cambridge Mill over the past 10 years and know what an extraordinary success story it has been. We almost forget what it was like here before Aaron renovated the restaurant. You all know what this has meant for our downtown. Remember how grim this area was 10 years ago? The Cambridge Mill has transformed this part of the city. We want to bring the same quality and excitement to the rest of this site. We're happy and proud to be working with Aaron and Pearl Hospitality as the designers of this project. We're truly excited to be part of a new vision for downtown Cambridge. This project is more than just a new hotel and residence. It's revitalizing our downtown and riverfront. It's about bringing people back to the river. If you were planning to take a walk along the river, where would you go? What part of the riverfront would you go to if you wanted to sit and enjoy the view? Or how about if you wanted to go on a date or even propose to your girlfriend or your boyfriend? What if your relatives or friends were visiting downtown? Where would you take them if you wanted to show off this great riverfront city? We want to give you that place. We asked Michael to speak first, not just because he's so eloquent and enthusiastic, but because this aspect of the project, the public space, is so important. I always like listening to Michael. He's so passionate about his work. He gets so excited about landscape architecture and making new places. As much as we're building a hotel and residence, this project is much more than that. It's about creating a beautiful new riverfront promenade and bringing people back to the downtown. Next slide, please. We all know what it's like to walk along the river in downtown Cambridge. There are some truly beautiful moments and a few places where you can stop and pause and enjoy yourself. But there are really no significant public spaces where you can gather and celebrate this beautiful riverfront setting that we live in. We think Cambridge is ready for something more. We think we can create a truly great riverfront space where everyone can gather and enjoy themselves. So this project is as much about creating a new public space for everyone to enjoy as it is about building a new hotel and residence. In the same way that the Gaslight District is creating a major new public space at that end of the downtown, we want to create a similar but very different public space at this end of the downtown. We want to give you a reason to come and walk along the river's edge, stopping along the way, mingling with others, hanging out and just enjoying yourself. When you're sitting at home on a beautiful evening and want to go out for a meal or a walk or just a people watch, we want this space to be the place you think of. You might not start here or even end up here, but we want this new development to inspire you to come downtown and walk along the river. The idea of bringing people back to the river has been the driving force behind the design. That's why we pulled the buildings as far back as possible from the river's edge. We want to share this space with everyone. We want to encourage not just hotel guests and residents, but all of you to come up off Water Street and experience this new public space. Next slide, please. We want to open up the building to the riverfront path and allow everyone to see, hear, and feel the warmth and hustle and bustle of this riverfront hotel. You don't have to live here or be staying in the hotel to enjoy this space. The promenade through the site is going to be upgraded and enlarged with new lighting, planting, paving, and landscape furniture, like some of the images that Michael has shown. But this is not just going to be a path through the site. It'll be a large public space with seating areas and places to stop and sit and gather with friends and enjoy the river. It will be a true people place where you will be proud to show off your city. For these reasons, we've worked to make this riverfront space as comfortable and as exciting as possible. Think of some of the best riverfront spaces you can. Ottawa, Montreal, Chicago, London, even Paris. Imagine a place here in Cambridge that shares some of the excitement that these places have. And we're doing as much as possible to make this a great space. We're managing vehicular traffic as much as possible. We've put some of our parking beneath the building in a two-story podium, but we're putting most of the parking across the street so as not to have the site dominated by cars. We want this new space between the building and the river to be for people. And to ensure that most cars will not need to come to the drop-off area, we've located the entrance to the parking podium immediately off Water Street. So we want to encourage as many people as possible to come to the new riverfront promenade. We're providing comfortably sloped, well-landscaped walkways from Water Street to the top of the berm. But not only that, we want to make the vehicular arrival experience to our downtown exceptional and inviting. How many of you are nervous driving down the Water Street Hill from GCI? We want to encourage you to slow down and be pleasantly surprised by the new landscaping, dense planting, and stone walls that we will be using along the face of the podium on Water Street. As well, we will use the pedestrian bridge that will connect the new parkade with the hotel as a gateway feature to the downtown. We'll take design cues from the old stone walls at Millrace Park to design our streetscape. We want our project to introduce you not just to the Cambridge Mill development, but to downtown Cambridge. One of the big ideas driving this project is to bring more people, not just to the river, but to downtown Cambridge. More shoppers, more diners, more people, filling our downtown streets with life. This project will house hundreds of people and will bring hundreds more to our core area. You will notice a dramatic improvement in the nature of our downtown. Fewer boarded up stores, more people shopping and eating, and being a part of the life of our community. One of the other nice things about this project, as well as the Gaslight District, is that both of these projects not only bring hundreds of new people into our downtown, but they're also located outside the most important parts of our heritage core. It's the best of both worlds. We're adding lots of people, but not compromising the important core area. As well, both projects have worked hard to protect their own wonderful heritage assets, even while they introduce new life to the city. Next slide, please. We all like sitting at the picnic tables at LA Frank's, enjoying a hot dog and fries, but where else in the downtown can you sit and eat, drink along the river? You can take a picnic to the sculpture garden, and there are a few benches here and there, but there are truly not great places in the downtown where you can gather and appreciate our wonderful Grand River setting. We want to change that. We want to create a space that you're truly excited to visit. Of course, there will definitely be some glamour. You might spy a film director or TV star that is staying in the hotel while a TV series is being shot in Cambridge. Or you might see a colorful wedding party making their way from the hotel to the restaurant. Or you might just sit there looking out over the river, enjoying the view. This project works not only because it provides more people for the downtown, but because it also provides a new and better public riverfront space. We hope that our work on this site will not only bring people back to the river, but also provide inspiration for how our riverfront and our downtown can be enjoyed and celebrated in the future. Thanks again for taking the time this morning to listen to our presentation. Planner Matt Johnson will take over now to discuss the planning aspects of the project.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Michael, for providing you all with an understanding of the inspiration and the level of care that went into this proposal. Good morning, my name is Matt Johnston, a registered professional planner with Urban Solutions. To accommodate the development, 2 planning applications are required. That includes the official plan amendment to address the height and density of the proposal, while the zoning amendment introduces additional controls through the use of site-specific regulations. To guide the decision-making process, we evaluate applications like this against a policy framework that includes the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the regional official plan, the Cambridge official plan, and zoning bylaw. The growth plan in particular, next slide, please. The growth plan in particular requires the region to plan for a population of 923,000 to the year 2051. Through the policy framework and best practices, we know the best way to accommodate this growth is to have as much of it as possible in the form of intensification, maximizing our investments in our core and our infrastructure as opposed to greenfield development and urban boundary expansions. As you can see on the slide here, we're located in the community core area and also the central city center area designation in the official plan. This is the type of land use designation intended to accommodate intensification. Next slide. Buildings of 40 stories are coming. They're in London, they're in Niagara Falls, they're in Kitchener and Waterloo. They're not just in Toronto anymore. Fortunately, Cambridge has the opportunity to work with a great partner like Pearl to ensure this gets done right. To get it right and to assist the city in evaluating the proposal against the policy framework, Pearl has assembled a team of experts to complete a range of studies shown on the slide here. Collectively, these studies confirm the development implements the policy framework and represents good land use planning. I'll now turn it over to Aaron for some closing remarks. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So these are some of the highlights of the project that we just put together in a snapshot. So as already discussed, this will have proposed 250 residential units with 150 hotel suites, ranging in different sizes, both on the residential and on the hotel suites. We use the word attainable housing. Cambridge Mill will be providing attainable housing units within this development. This idea is used in other municipalities, which targets the working middle class. We believe this is a part of good planning, working, living, and playing right within the downtown core. We see this demand at other properties and will be making provisions in this development to allow for this. As mentioned earlier, this is a brownfield site. We've been working on this with the Ministry of Environment over the years and have been working through to get our risk assessment. 20,000 square feet of new waterfront retail dining and destination. You can see some of the logos at the bottom, the Cambridge Mill restaurant, which is already existing, but we're proposing a destination spa, a bread bar for those of you who visited. That's one of our restaurants, a bar lounge space. So different commercial activity that would be open for the public. Revitalization of underutilized spaces, which is obviously the waterfront, which Michael touched on already. And then improvements to existing roads and parking infrastructure. This was an important one, where it was not only important for obviously development, but for the waterscape residents that we met with, listened to, and are addressing some of the needs there. Next slide, please. When this development is fully complete, it's going to, we estimate, produce 4.7 million in annual property tax, both in the region and the city. Significant employment, both in the construction jobs and the long-term positions that this will create. And really building on people living, as I mentioned, working and being in this downtown. This project really allows for all of that. And increasing the tourism, as well as the support for the ION routes. These are all things that are top of mind that we continue to help support. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, much like the Cambridge Mill attracts people of all ages, we believe that this project will bring more young professionals to work and live in the downtown, which will ultimately help create a vibrant place. A vibrant community is good for everyone. We want the next generation that is looking for a place to live to see Cambridge as a progressive city that they want to be a part of. Thank you again for giving us the time today to present our proposal, and I'd be happy to answer any questions from council, and I'd like to hand it back at this point to Deputy Mayor Mike Mann.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your presentation. Certainly, it's been very detailed and enthusiastic in the way in which it's been presented this morning. You certainly have been future focused and visionary. And before we move on to our pre-registered delegations, we're just going to take a moment now so that we can get some technical issues fixed in the background here. So we'll just take a moment and return shortly. anybody hear me out there? Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the delay, but we're back technically and ready to go. So again, just wanted to say thank you to the consultants for the presentation. And we're now going to hear from our pre-registered delegations in relation to Statutory Public Meeting Report 21-169 CD, Public Meeting Report 130 Water Street North and 0 Park Hill Road West, Cambridge Developments, Inc., and Grand River. I want to remind the public that should you wish to call in to speak to this item, to call 519-740-4680, extension 4799, and staff are on standby to receive your call. We do have 14 pre-registered delegations for this public meeting, and the first delegation is Dan Clements. We're just going to take a moment to get Dan on the line. Good morning, Dan. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann speaking.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. Just as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you please ensure your comments relate directly to the agenda item that you are speaking to, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I will advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you will hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Dan. You have 5 minutes to speak to this item.
Thank you, and good morning, Deputy Mayor and councillors. I assume my slideshow is on the display. And the first slide is intended to show an overview of the Grand and the waterscape. So my wife Joanne and I live in 150 Water Street, the Grand on the left, and I'm here representing us and some other residents of our building. The mill property, of course, is to the left of the Grand, and what you'll see to the right is the original waterscape building. And a couple of points worth mentioning here. The distance between the waterscape and the Grand is 143 feet balcony to balcony. You'll also notice that the angled view of 170 helps with the view actually for both buildings. And both buildings are relatively close to the path at the back. The next slide, please. This shows a bit of history. In 2013 to 14, most owners purchased units in 150 Water Street at that time. And at that time, there were rumors of a 6-story hotel. That was what we were hearing about when we first purchased. In January 2015, the mill announced a proposal for the building which you see on the left. And it was a 12-story hotel condo plan. And that was in January of 2015. That summer of 2015, some residents of our building started moving into our building. With the majority in early 2016, most of our residents moved into the Grand at 150 Water Street at that time. This plan from 2015 had some issues that were going to impact us significantly. Next slide, please, number 3. And here's an overview of the plan from 2015 and what some of the concerns are or were with this particular plan for the 12 stories. It was a condo hotel, and you'll notice the red arrow, the red circle on the right. This was the main entrance to the parking garage for the new building, as well as the service area for trucks and deliveries and so on. And it was going to be very, very busy. That's our main entrance, that on the right, into both of our condo buildings, the Grand and Waterscape, go up to the right there. So we were going to have some trouble with that strategy. The front of the hotel traffic, you see going on Simwell Street along in front of the hotel, was going to be exiting at our busy north driveway, also trouble. There wasn't much room for service vehicles to maneuver near the driveway. That was also challenging. And the back of the hotel was very close to the path at the back. In hindsight now, of course, this seems, with the new plan, seems such a waste of a beautiful waterfront and would reduce the enjoyment for people on that path. Next slide, please, number 4. The view from the Grand, you'll see the Grand on the right, and then the overview of the mill plan. And from balcony to balcony, the 2 red dots there indicate a distance of 157 feet from the balcony in the Grand to the balcony at the corner of the North Condo Tower. So it's actually a little bit farther away, which is a good thing for residents of the Grand. The other good thing is that the North Tower is set back from the path. It opens up the view from our building and enhances the pathway experience across the back. The other key thing that we notice is that the North Tower angles away from the Grand, much as the Waterscape Tower sort of is on an angle to the Grand. This is sort of opening up the other way. And it really does open up the view and help tremendously with the view implications of the folks that are on the south side of the Grand in their condos. The next slide, please, number 5. Driveway impact. You see the 2 circles. The plan that's before you involves Simcoe Street, across from Simcoe Street being the main entry and exit from the property. This is huge for us. And also on the right, it reduces the traffic on the right as well. Out front, there's street traffic issues. Water Street southbound becomes a speedway right in front of our driveway. And the new plan changes that into 1 lane south and 1 lane north with a median. That should help. We also want to ask that we really work hard to try to get trucks to go elsewhere. The next slide, please, number 7. These are the names of some of the residents that have asked me to speak on their behalf today, and some of their comments about what they like about this property and the plans for this property. And finally, the tall, slim towers are very important to avoid a lower, bulkier building that may bring back issues from the 2015 plan. Kitchener's getting condo towers even taller than this. Seems like this is the future. Pearl is a trusted developer. They listen. They've already made some positive adjustments to their plans based upon input from their neighbors. The plans, as we see it, will make this a world-class destination property, stunning design that maximizes on the river view, and would be a huge asset for Cambridge. So we would ask you to support this project, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, and I appreciate your time that you spent with us this morning. And now turning to council, does council have any questions of the delegation? Seeing none, we thank you for your time with us this morning, Dan. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Darren Drouillard. And we'll just take a moment to get Darren on the line. Does council have any questions of the delegation? Good morning, Darren.
Good morning.
Can you just turn your volume down on your YouTube channel?
Yep, I just muted it.
Thank you. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann speaking. Thank you for joining us today.
My
Just
pleasure,
a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I will advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome to our meeting this morning, Darren. Please go ahead.
Good morning, councillors and delegates. My name is Darren Drouillard. I am the current chair of the Cambridge Chamber of Commerce and a resident of West Gulf. In fact, I live a 2-minute walk from the development we are discussing, and I could not be more excited for a development as exciting as this to be coming to our community. Today, I speak to you primarily on behalf of the Chamber and our local businesses, both members and non-members alike, but also as a lifelong resident of Cambridge, a current resident of this specific community, and as a part of the future generation of this amazing city. The Chamber of Commerce and Business supports a progressive approach to development in our community. A quick walk through our downtown, it is easy to take note of a few things. Beautiful architecture and history, amazing businesses that have thrived for decades, and others that have merely survived. And most obvious, vacancies. Even before the pandemic, our downtown core struggled and continues to struggle to fill the many available units for rent or to help support and keep businesses open. The stroll through downtown quickly identifies a major gap: people. Our downtown needs people. People who want to shop, eat, drink, and celebrate, work, collaborate, and innovate. A busy community, one who can intelligently and innovatively integrate the new with the old, is the direction business wants and needs us to head in. Business wants their customers to be wowed over their community and their employees to be happy about their community. Business wants a progressive and aggressive approach to community building long before, but especially since the pandemic. I personally see Cambridge on the cusp of something great. We have always been a beautiful town with strong history and community, but what we have lacked, and it's something I've heard since I was a kid growing up in Hespeler, hearing the term lane bridge and the likes far more often than I'd like to, is that we need more vibrancy, activity, amenities, things to do and see. If Cambridge is truly going to be a great place for people to live, work, and play, and not a place where our children grow up dying to get to the age where they can head off to the big city for education and start their lives, taking their resources and creativity with them to help other communities to grow and prosper. I want them to love their community for, yes, its beauty and heritage, but also for its progressive nature to ensure there is a community that is exciting to live in, safe to walk in, fantastic for opportunities, and entertaining enough to keep families wanting more out of our community. We will either go down as an ambitious community or a lonely community that will be swallowed up as we slowly regress to be scooped up in another government reform proposal. That will happen if we do not do something by being strong, innovative, aggressive, progressive, and bold. I know Cambridge has these abilities and qualities. I've seen it happen or currently in progress with some of the developments underway that forge together history and modern architecture. Events that bring together all generations to celebrate in our community and not having to travel 30, 60, or 90 minutes away to find excitement, entertainment, and value. We absolutely support a regulated environment to ensure rules are not intentionally or inadvertently overlooked for the sake of expediency or simple profitability. Rules and regulations are in place to keep people safe, to bolster prosperity, and elevate community values. I think we can look at the developers submitting these plans and see through not only the level of detail and recognition paid to some of the concerns or the precedents set in other communities, they have not only built developments in, but have helped those communities to develop and thrive. It is clear this development has put the necessary thought and foresight into making sure what they create is something of value, something that respects what Cambridge is today, but also represents what we can be tomorrow. A development of this nature has a huge opportunity, not just for our downtown core that desperately needs a more vibrant and bigger population, more consumers, more business traffic. I see this development as something that for decades, my generation and other generations in this community have begged for. Something that has vibrancy, provides a gateway to our downtown, and a wow factor that can unite both residences and visitors to this great city. We are at a very pivotal right now. Our responsibility, with all due respect, Council, is to be forward-thinking, listening to those who will make up our community in the years ahead and to make decisions on how they see their future. While preservation is part of your job, hesitation on what will move the bar higher is not. We have rules to protect the neighboring natural environment. There are regulations in place that will require provision for enough parking. Basic economics that by growing a population and bringing density to the core will bring significant economic value, not just for the businesses that are already there and the new potential businesses that will inevitably come and invest in our community, but equally important, the added tax revenue the city gains. Tax dollars available to be reinvested into many of the things that the opponents of this very building are calling for. Things like affordable housing, like infrastructure and social service improvements. The funding for these types of projects comes from tax dollars generated by developments just like these and keeps us on a path forward, a path that is bold, innovative, optimistic, and holds value in the future. We at the Chamber see a future where Cambridge can be the most vibrant community in the region of Waterloo, and we're hoping Cambridge City Council supports this game-changing development for downtown Cambridge, for Cambridge's current generations, for our future generations, and for our great city as a whole. Thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you, Darren, and appreciate the time that you spent with us this morning. And does council have any questions of Darren? I do see Councillor Liggett. Go ahead, please, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Darren, thank you for appearing today. I just want to ask you a question based on something that you said. You talked about the empty vacant windows downtown and the need for that to all change, or else we won't have a vibrant downtown. I'm not sure if you are aware, but fair amount of those buildings now have been purchased from a previous developer who did not develop them or do anything with them. But we have a handful of new ones who are in the midst of renovating and restoring our downtown buildings. And we have others who are also coming in to make those changes. So even though you may see empty windows now, do you know that there are other developers that are in the process of changing that as we speak?
Absolutely, Councillor Leggett, and thank you for the question. I am very aware of that. I live a 2-minute walk from downtown. My wife also owns a business downtown. I formerly owned a business downtown. So I'm very familiar with the current climate of our downtown core. I also do know that a number of those developers and property owners are having extreme difficulty filling their units as they see a massive lack of attendance downtown, of shoppers, of business people. Like, I know the pandemic has had a big role to play in that, but I also know for a fact that that was a struggle long before the pandemic. So I only see value in a development of this nature, bringing more people to our downtown, bringing more vibrancy. And I think the big thing there that we can't overlook is the tax dollars that your council is going to have to reinvest and continue to find ways to better our city and our community.
Okay, just to follow up, please, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chair. So Darren, I just wanted to know that you were aware of that, because, you know, with sometimes there's a lot of comments made about empty windows, and so therefore it's problem downtown. But a lot of those buildings are in the middle of having construction work, so they can't be filled. And I do know what you're talking about as well. So thank you for coming again.
My pleasure. And just a final comment on your question there is that I do know that some of those have already completed construction and are still struggling to find tenants. So I do think our downtown desperately needs a growing population. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. And thank you for your question, Councillor Liggett. And seeing no further questions, then I want to just want to let you know that we thank you for your time this morning, Darren. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
My pleasure. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Scott Higgins. Good morning, Scott. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann speaking. And I want to thank you for joining us to delegate this morning. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to address council. And please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you will hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Scott. Go ahead, it's your turn to speak.
Great. Well, thank you, Deputy Mann, and it's great to see everybody. I can't wait until we get back around the horseshoe and can do this eyeball to eyeball, but appreciate the time today to speak in favor of this application. I think it's rare that the development community comes together and actually supports each other in applications like this, but I felt compelled in this particular project, mostly because I've gotten to know both the Pearl Group and Aaron Cianconi a little bit. In particular, their commitment to the city and the quality of their projects in other communities. And I think it's really important as council considers applications to seek approval, to separate those that seek land approvals simply for the entitlement of their asset for the future sale, and those that actually care and want to build the project and ultimately build our city up. And I can tell you that the Pearl Group is a very real developer. And I think those applications need maybe not special consideration, but it's important to know, those that can do and those that just want planning permissions to sell to somebody else in hopes that they do it. This is an important project for our downtown. For us in the Gaslight District, we were kind of one of the first, I guess, Paul DeHaas as well, with having some confidence to try to push development downtown, establish a condominium market, establish intensification, get more people living in the downtown core. Therefore, our businesses can succeed in the downtown core. And it's not an easy business, and it's actually getting tougher and tougher, believe it or not, with some of the supply chain constraints and costs. And so the fact that Aaron and his team want to do this, I think it's really important that we support the application and move it forward so that we can capture the investment at a time when it actually can happen with a group that has the financial capabilities and the experience to pull it off. I'll touch on the things that I think will come up in this application. Obviously, height's going to be an important one from a personal perspective and doing lots of different real estate projects. Height is a thing. Absolutely, it is. I think it has two impacts. You look at the pedestrian realm and what it does in relation to the walkability, livability, and the feeling of being around that building. And then you look at what it does from a skyline point of view and the architectural legacy you're trying to achieve as a city. For me, the pedestrian realm sort of ends at 10 to 12 stories. Once you have a building that's higher than 10 to 12 stories, the height of that building, whether it's 15 stories, 20 stories, 25 stories, 30 stories, in this case, 37 or 38 stories, you don't really feel the height from a pedestrian realm. And I've worked with Michael Ormston in the past, probably top 3 or 4. I know you think top 1, Michael, in the country, but the public realm will be beautiful and the height of the tower will start to soften because once we get above that height, you don't feel it. Then I get into what you want from an iconic architecture point of view. And I can assure you the Pearl Group just simply builds the best. They really do. The amount of money that they put into their projects, attainable housing, yes, affordable housing, no, but these become beautiful, iconic buildings. And we have a real opportunity here to cement a gateway into the downtown outside of a heritage preservation area that just could be an absolute showpiece and anchor the entrance to our core. And I know unequivocally the Pearl Group's going to invest in that level of architecture. And here's the last thing it does, other than the benefits you're hearing from others on the call, it opens up the condominium market. The minute that this project goes at this high of quality and it'll carry a price tag, that'll set a new price per square foot for the condominium market in Cambridge. And we've struggled delivering projects because right now we're about $100 to $200 a foot cheaper than Waterloo. We don't trade cheaper in single family housing, townhomes, but in high rises, for whatever reason, the market has stopped and we haven't gotten to the price points to achieve more growth. Frankly, it's very difficult math right now in the downtown area of Cambridge because of that. I think Aaron and his team are going to pull this off. And I think as a result, they're going to open up a big swath of the market where we can see more intensification happen, more investment happen if we support the application that's in front of you. So I'm in full support of the application. Thanks for the time.
Well, thank you, Scott. And I just want to turn to council. Does council have any questions for Scott Higgins? Mayor McGarry, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Scott, for taking the time to come in. Simply because you're a developer, not just in Cambridge, but in the region. I know that you're aware of the Ontario Places to Grow Act of 2006, which really provides growth management policy direction for our municipal cores. And as you know, the downtown Cambridge has been identified by the province as an urban growth center. So as you well know, a minimum of 40% of all residential development occurring annually within Cambridge is required to be within the built-up area. In your estimation, are we achieving that in Cambridge, or do you think it is achievable in Cambridge?
Great question. I think it'll be more difficult in Cambridge than in our neighboring, Kitchener, Waterloo, and Guelph because of the dynamics of the condominium market. But the more projects we have that start to prove an urban lifestyle to people, the more momentum we'll start to achieve. And so when we did Gaslight, I would have said we'll have great difficulty. I think now we can see the market wanting to experience a more urban lifestyle to where we have more opportunity. But this is another key project in my mind that, as Darren mentioned, gives a different demographic a chance to live in our core area, gives lots of different demographics to live in that. So, I think we're still very challenged as a municipality to achieve those targets. But projects like this, especially the ones that actually will get built and move forward. And that's, I don't want to soften that point. This will happen. They're a group that knows what they're doing. They have the financial means. It will be beautiful. These are the types of projects we want to bet on because when they happen, they open the door for more to happen and then ultimately to meet the growth targets that you've outlined.
If I may, Mr. Chair, through you for a follow-up.
Go ahead, Mayor McGarry.
And thank you. When we're talking about height and density, I know that sometimes tall and slender, as you were talking about with the pedestrian feel, is actually a better use of our very hard to come by land in downtown Galt area, or our urban cores. And we have 3 of them, of course, in Cambridge. But when you do look around the downtown core, there's very little vacant land, whether it's brownfield or greenfield space. I know that when it came to the Gaslight District, I think you struggled with that in order to get the density to pay for the public spaces that Gaslight has done. In this particular place, I know the presentation talked a lot about public space around the buildings and, you know, just an iconic building to be able to view from all aspects. But just wanted your comment again about trying to find or assemble land or buildings to either construct from new or renovate in order to provide the density that not only the province is asking us to do, but we in Cambridge need in order to have projects like higher order transit, such as the ION, that really does require a lot of density in the major transit areas around the ION stations. Can you make a comment about something like that?
Yeah, I think, you know, we have struggled for a long time with height being a limiter. And a new project right now probably needs around 200 units. If it's a condominium project, I can't speak to the hotel, it's not a business we're in. But on a condominium basis, usually around 200 or more units gives you some scaled efficiencies in construction and then allows you the opportunity to make some broader investments in public realm. And we've struggled for a long time with height. When we limit the height, we basically fatten up these buildings. And that's not the most elegant form of architecture. We've built and are building buildings like that. If we had our choice, we would build more slender buildings and taller buildings, because again, after 10 or 12 floors, the feeling of that building dissipates in the public realm. It doesn't from a skyline, so that's your debate, but I would much rather build a more slender building and a taller building as something more architecturally stunning and elegant within the city. But height is the trade-off, because we need the associated density to get the economies of scale in construction and to create some profitability to then further invest in the public realm of these types of projects. So, and that's the transition that's happening in every jurisdiction right now. I mean, we used to build 100 unit buildings, then 150 unit buildings. Now they're predominantly at 200 unit buildings, and that's the missing middle. I'd love to build a whole bunch of mid-rise buildings at 6 to 8 stories everywhere. That's become very, very difficult in land opportunity and construction costs. You know, we haven't planned our cities for that. We're going to start to plan our cities for that, but right now what seems to work is around 200 plus units. And to get that, you have to decide whether you want the massing to be a bit short and squat, or whether you want it to be more elegant in its slenderness and height.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. And moving on, we have Councillor Wolf. Go ahead, please, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Scott, for your presentation. And also thank you for being on our Affordable Housing Committee. And I have had a lot of constituents sort of ask the question, well, why can't we just make this new building affordable housing? And I just wondered if you could comment on the feasibility of building brand new affordable housing in a location like this.
Yeah, and thanks for that question. And you know, it's a passion of mine, both in Cambridge and also in Kitchener-Waterloo. I shared a little bit with the committee on the current construction dynamic for affordability. The quagmire is where input costs are, where land costs are, where levies and associated fees, where construction costs are. Inherently, we've got a very unaffordable system. Development margin, I'll be candid, I don't mind talking numbers, is less right now. That's not the world's smallest violin in my hands. We're doing just fine. But the reality is the construction margin today is less than it was 5 years ago, even though real estate values have nearly doubled over that time. It's because the associated construction costs have outpaced the growth of housing. I think affordable housing is a big quagmire. My personal belief, Councillor Wolf, in that the preservation of existing affordable housing is a key element. It's not just new supply. We have a hole in the boat. We're losing buildings that are trading for 200,000 when I can't even put a shovel in the ground until I get to about 160,000. That's just land and input costs before we build anything. So I think it's a real dilemma. there's opportunities, but not every project needs to have a mix of affordable housing either. I think this one, from an iconic architecture point of view, will do more to improve the overall ability to deliver projects at various price points, because it will try to set some new price points in the market. But yeah, it's a quagmire, and I don't think there's one bullet that you can pull out through like inclusionary zoning or development mandate. The associated cost, everything is largely unaffordable, and it'll be up to us to try to find modular, stick frame, smaller projects, buy existing stock. There's some other ideas being debated, but it's not just going to be a developer solution to solve affordable housing. Unfortunately, if it was, some of us that care deeply about it would have solved it already.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf, and thank you, Mayor McGarry, for those questions. I don't see any other questions for you, Scott, but I do want to thank you for joining us today and taking your time to. You can continue to watch on the City of Cambridge YouTube page if you'd like to. But thanks again for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is Manuel Goncalves.
Hello.
Good morning, Manuel. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann speaking. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yes.
joining us. Thank you for joining us to delegate today. And just a reminder before you get started, you have 5 minutes to address council. And please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I will advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Manuel, and you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Are you there, Manuel?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My name is Manuel Gonzalez. I own the properties 111 to 117 Water Street, and I think. Can you hear me?
We can, Manuel, but can you turn the YouTube channel off behind you? Because I think that's causing some confusion with the delay.
YouTube channel up. Okay. Can you hear me?
We can now, so please go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. My name is Manuel Gonzalez. I own the properties 111 to 117. I support the project. Can you hear me? Oh, I see. Okay. How about now? Can you hear me?
I can still hear you, Manuel. The thing is to make sure you turn your YouTube channel off.
Okay, it's off now.
Thank you.
Okay, so I support the project. I think it's a great project. The issue I have is the off-site garage, which is an integral part of the project. And for that reason, I have to explain what's happened. The garage has been designed to sit right next to my building, 115 to 117. I think it looks like a meter space. I have three apartments, apartment 2, 3, and 5, that have windows right to that side of the building, face that side of the building, depend on sun, light, and fresh air to circulate in the apartment. One of the entrances to the garage is next to apartment 5. There will be a constant fumes and noise from the cars in and out. And because the garage is so close to the building, they'll be addressed, especially in wintertime. So these are issues that I'm really concerned with. As far as the project itself, the towers, I think that's a great project. I think it should go ahead. I have properties downtown, and it's fine. But the design of that garage is going to be a problem. Now, in the interest of disclosure, I have sold my property pending closure, but this property have sold previously and didn't close. So until the property closes, I have to look after my interest and the interests of my tenants. So if they can address the issues of the garage or come with or deal with it in that sense, I have no problems with the project. Can you hear
Thank
me?
you, Manuel. Thank you for bringing those comments forward. And I'll just ask council if there are any questions that they have for you. And I don't see any, Manuel, so I just want to thank you for your time with us this morning. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel. Our next delegate is Michael Bean, and we'll just take a moment. I think we have Michael on the line now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Michael. It's Deputy Mayor Mann speaking. Thank you for joining us to delegate this morning. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, and you have 5 minutes to go ahead.
Thank you. I have been a resident of Waterloo Region for 24 years. I had lived in Kitchener for 6 years and Waterloo for 14 years when my wife and I decided 4 years ago to move to Galt. We were struck by the charm and the character of this unique city along the Grand River. Distinguished by historic bridges, churches, and century-old buildings, including the prestigious Clock Tower Town Hall and the recently renovated Old Post Office building. We immediately fell in love with Galt. With respect to this application concerning 130 Water Street North, I believe strongly that the placement of the two high-rise towers, alarmingly high-rise, 37 stories and 28 stories along the river, where proposed, would be inconsistent with the historic character and charm of Galt. To be clear, I am strongly supportive of growth and development, provided that such growth and development is consistent with the nature and character of our surroundings. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And I just want to turn to council. Does council have any questions for Michael? And seeing none, I do want to thank you, Michael, for your time with us today. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is Brian Kennedy. Good morning, Brian. It's Deputy Mayor Mann speaking. Thank you for joining us today to delegate. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I will advise when your 5 minutes is up and you will hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Brian, and go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you, Council. I'm here today on behalf of the Downtown Cambridge BIA, our businesses, property owners, and investors, in full support of the Cambridge Mills proposed residence and hotel development. This development will have more people living and working in the downtown core and will provide a much needed growth in the hospitality sector for our downtown, allowing more people to stay and shop and dine at our restaurants while enjoying the beauty that is in downtown Cambridge. Pearl Hospitality, up until this point, has been tremendous with their impact on the downtown core and what they've done so far with the Cambridge Mill restaurant. The events and the work that they do is of the highest standard and quality, and we are confident that this new development will meet all the requirements and will be held to that same standard. Everything that they put into their proposal, from parking to streetscape enhancements, the thought that has gone into it when they came and presented to us and our board of directors, it was fantastic to see. We were super excited. The business is very excited. And so this is something that we fully support, and we sure hope that you guys support it as well and see just how big of an impact this will have on our downtown. We have heard from some that, you know, with some issues around height, around whether or not the downtown is moving too fast. But I hope that you guys can see the vision for what downtown Cambridge will be in the years to come, and that this is just one of many developments being proposed that will ultimately, oh, my apologies. Was there a bell?
Continue, Brian, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that the skyline downtown is going to be changing, and that there will be, more developments coming in the future, and that this will just be one step towards the growth of our downtown. And again, more people living and working downtown will help everyone prosper. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And I just turned to council to see if there are any questions. And I see Mayor McGarry would like to ask one. Mayor McGarry, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you to the delegation. Thank you, Brian, for coming in to speak to our meeting this morning. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on your comments, and I know that you do represent many of our downtown Galt core businesses. And we also know that there is a resurgence right now in some of the renovations of some of our downtown businesses or buildings that will hopefully support businesses. Can you comment about what you're hearing from your business owners about not only opening a new shop, but making sure that it remains viable because of the number of shoppers in the area? Do you feel that this proposal will help to add some of those shoppers to ensure the longevity of the opening businesses in downtown Galt?
Absolutely. I mean, without a doubt, we most certainly need more people living and working in the downtown core area. I mean, a lot of our retail sector businesses have some tremendous support from, patrons across our city and across our region. But allowing more people, especially tourists and that who are coming here with the hotel component, to be able to shop at their leisure while they're here for their other reasons and during their stay. And the same with the restaurants. It will provide tremendous support for them, and that's absolutely what they need. We're so lucky to have such a healthy retail sector, and that's something we most definitely want to keep. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, and thank you for that, Brian. I don't see any other questions, but I do want to thank you again for your time with us this morning, Brian. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Our next delegate is Rob Watts on behalf of Robin Thomas. And we'll just take a moment to try and get him on the line. Had trouble getting Rob on the line, but we're able to get to the next delegate, and that is Douglas Craig. So we'll just bring Doug in. Good morning, Doug. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann speaking.
Yes.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today to delegate. Just a reminder, Doug, that you have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I will advise when your 5 minutes is up and you will hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. And I think you have a presentation, don't you, Doug?
Well, I do, and I just want to clarify something. When I did apply to speak, I represent a large group of people, and I requested the 15 minutes that under the bylaw is allowed, and I didn't hear anything back saying no. So my presentation, it comes up to about 12, 13 minutes.
So we'll just, I'm just going to ask council, Doug, that we take a vote on that to see if they're in agreement that we would give you that time that you're requesting. So I'll just,
Okay. Thank you.
I'll just ask council if they would give a thumbs up if that's a go. And Doug, you do have a thumbs up. So you have your 12 minutes. So please go ahead, and we'll get the clerk to share the screen. And when you want to advance to the next screen or the next slide, just ask her to move to the next slide.
Yeah. Okay. And probably 12 to 15, somewhere in there. Anyways, okay, here I go. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Do appreciate the opportunity. And I'd like to put up the first slide in my presentation, if I may, at this point. Somewhere there, I hope.
It is there, Doug. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I just can't see it. Okay. I understand. So what I want to do is talk about turning points, and the whole issue in front of us is really an issue of a turning point in the city of Cambridge. And I think that's important to understand from many perspectives. First of all, the Pearl development, and I know Aaron Ciccone and the Pearl development quite well in terms of my past history. And they're a quality organization, and I think we all reflect on the mill, other restaurants that they have, different things that they have done. And I think that that's really important when we look at this, because it's not a matter of just looking at a tall building, and it's not a matter of just being somewhat making people feel insecure about the height. It's a matter of the quality that they bring into the community, and a quality building in terms of what you see in other municipalities, even KW. And I think this is first class. It's something we should all be looking at. So I want to deal with this from three stages. First of all, I want to talk about the historical aspect of architecture and earlier times when people didn't like what they saw, but it became very popular later. But then I want to get into the second stage to talk about the things we have done in Cambridge that in fact were controversial but highly successful. And then the third thing being the missed opportunities that we have gone through in terms of projects that never saw the light of day. And then obviously finalize my comments at the end. But if we go to the next slide, which is the Eiffel Tower, it's interesting because in the day when it was proposed and it was put up on the being developed, it was not well received at all. In fact, a former academic in Paris living there said that he would only eat in a restaurant at the bottom of the Eiffel Tower because it was so ugly. But then again, over a period of time, it was welcomed. The Parisian population loved it. And at the Exposition of 1889, the Eiffel Tower was a point of interest and a point of destination. And I think that's important. The next slide, if I may, please, is the Tower Bridge. And the Tower Bridge had some very negative comments when it was first built. An architect and critic, Henry Stratham, said that the bridge represents the vice of tawdiness and pretentiousness. And others declared that it is excellently situated for our ugliest public works. So that's another aspect of how architecture was interpreted at the time, but over a period of time became beloved and something that we all enjoy. Third example, the next slide, is our own City Hall in 1856. And there was a meeting held before the building was built. And this is City Hall that everybody in Cambridge loves. And it was quoted in the minutes as an unusually stormy indignation meeting was held to protest the design. And those present condemned the Italianate design because it was a Scottish town at that time. And that's kind of emblematic of some of the issues you run into in terms of how people initially perceive things but then when they come and get beyond their insecurity of things, come to understand it. Next slide, please, is a beginning of the changes that took place in Cambridge. And the Hespeler Idea Exchange was a library that, in fact, was very controversial at the time, didn't have all the support of old Hespeler's population in terms of its architectural design, but went on to win a national architectural award. And it's in many ways set the stage for other outside projects to gain acceptance in terms of innovation. I mean, we're not living in this city to put a wall around it. We're living in the city here as we know, as a living organism, to accept ideas from outside and bring them into our community. The next slide is the old post office. And of course, again, there were protests. People didn't want the glass. They wanted to be built out of more blocks. They didn't like, quote, the tumor on the water side. It was sticking out. And there were some concerns about other architectural features. But the old post office recently, I think it was about 6 months ago or maybe a year ago, was declared, it was one of the 10 projects across Canada that defined a decade of Canadian architecture. So it became very well known and it really has brought prominence to the city of Cambridge and what has happened. The next slide, please, Drayton Theatre. Economical and cultural infusion that it brought into the community. But the night that Drayton Theatre was okayed, what happened was the whole council chamber was filled with people saying, don't build it. And of course, council of the day went ahead and did build it. And we've reaped the rewards of that particular enterprise and have done very well in terms of changing the city. The next slide, please, is the new City Hall. And it again, under lots of controversy, lots of complaints of its being put in the downtown, where it was situated, especially in the downtown, and has really, over a period of time, I think we can agree, has in fact brought people into the Civic Square, because we never had a Civic Square. It is a gold LEED building, was the first city hall in Canada. So it brought great acknowledgement to the city of Cambridge. And in fact, is highly successful in terms of accommodating staff, bringing people into the core area for different events. And the next one is slide 10, and I'll bring it under lost opportunities. And it's an IMAX theater. Pardon me, no, it's the pedestrian bridge. My apologies, going back. Pedestrian bridge, of course, lots of controversy, bridge to nowhere, et cetera, et cetera. But it ended up being a footprint in the downtown for joining both sides of the river, connecting in directly into the HIP Development's Gaslight District, and on the other side, the GO train terminal, the Ion terminal, which will connect into the rest of the regional community. So as opposed to being a bridge to nowhere, it is now being developed as a bridge to everywhere. And at one point, and I remember Frank Montero, our former counselor, a former friend, saying that over a period of a year, over 200,000 people had walked across it. So it became very, very successful. But again, lots of controversy in terms of how its presentation in the city of Cambridge. And the next one I want to get into is really talking about what I consider to be lost opportunities. And we lost some opportunities along the way. Slide 10 is an IMAX theater, not in Cambridge. It's an IMAX theater in China. It represents one of 1,500 IMAX theaters around the world in 80 cities, but not in Cambridge. And the people who founded it, Bob Kerr, former mayor of Cambridge, and two of his friends from Galt Collegiate were the inventors of IMAX. And yet we don't have one here. And when council went out in 1995, in terms of perhaps soliciting to bring an IMAX theater here, bringing the notoriety that went with it here in terms of its founders, that wasn't pursued. And that, in its fact, was, in my opinion, a lost opportunity to highlight the city of Cambridge. Next slide, please, is the pedestrian bridge. This is the pedestrian bridge that was proposed at Galt Collegiate. And that was in 1982, and it could be built for $1 million. And that $1 million, there was approximately 14 delegations came to council that night, all in favor, no one opposed, letters from people all over the city. And what happened is council turned it down on a 7-6 vote. So that was a lost opportunity that I think today we can understand. And finally, the last one is the parking garage in the downtown. And it in fact is represented an opportunity in the mid-70s for $1.6 million to bring in 403 parking spaces downtown. That was turned down, unfortunately. And I think that in itself would have helped the downtown considerably when you think of some of the parking issues that we have today. So these are all, I think, what we call lost opportunities. But what I'm trying to get at mainly is controversy. There's always controversy to everything you do that's daring or exciting. And I think that's the main thing I'm trying to suggest here. So if you go to the last slide, which is the slide again coming back to the Pearl development, what you have here are probably the issues of the day, which I was guessing at last week when I wrote this. And that is the height, access to the river, and of course, traffic issues. All of those are very doable in terms of fixing or ameliorating in some way, or in fact, negotiating or changing in any way. So those are the kind of issues I think that the council has in front of it, height being probably the one that is most concerning to a lot of people. But then so were all the other things that we did in the city with regards to different developments. There was always concern. There was always controversy. And what it takes is leadership. Leadership's not easy. It's not an easy path that you go on when you may at times have to deal with people who disagree with your opinions. I mean, you're not elected to be popular. You're elected to do what you think is best for the city. And sometimes what is best for the city is not always popular in some respects. And I think that's part of what I see happening. I think that the delegations that have come, Mr. Chair, and the presentations made have been excellent. I think we have a quality development that is wanting to come into our community to make a statement. And I'm a resident of the downtown on the west side. I travel the river every day, up and down in terms of cycling through the community. And there is lots of open space, public space. And I think one of the most important things for me is this development, like the HIP development, is on the periphery of the heritage area. And I think you see that in Europe and a number of cities like Istanbul and London, England, where in fact there's peripheral development outside some of their historic areas, and they keep it that way. And I think that's key to the future of how you're looking at this. So I'm in full support. A number of my neighbors are in full support, and I want to leave that with you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak to the committee.
Well, thank you, Doug. And just before you go, I want to make sure that we don't lose the opportunity to ask you any questions. So I'm going to ask council if they have any questions of you. And I do see Mayor McGarry. Go ahead, please, Mayor McGarry.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doug, for an excellent presentation. Would you be able to share this with all of council?
Would I be able to share it? In what sense? You mean written notes?
No, the presentation, if you could forward that to our clerk's department to distribute to council members.
Yeah, well, they have it right now. You saw that. Am I not correct?
Yes,
we did see it.
Okay, you're more than happy to have that and share it with members of council or the public. And again, I come back to controversy. Everything is controversial that's new and different. And I think that's part of council to look at past history, reflect on past history, reflect on lost opportunities, and then reflect on where this community wants to go. So thank you very much.
And thank you, Doug. And thank you for the historical overview that you provided through your presentation. I don't see any further questions, but I want to take the opportunity to thank you again. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
I will. Thank you very much, sir. Take care.
All right. We're going to have one more delegation, and then I think we will break for lunch. And so our next delegate is Rob Rob Watts on behalf
Yes.
of Robin Thomas. And I see that Rob is with us. And good morning, Rob. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann speaking. Thank you for joining us.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks for joining
Yeah,
us
thanks.
this
Can you
morning.
guys hear me okay?
Just
Can you hear me
before
okay?
what I'd like you to do is just turn your YouTube off if you could. There's a 20-second delay and it causes feedback.
Okay, sounds good. I've got the YouTube off.
Okay, and just to let you know, you have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you ensure your remarks relate directly to the agenda item, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise when your 5 minutes is up and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Rob, and please go ahead.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mayor McGarry and council for allowing time to hear the concerns regarding the proposed development for 130 Water Street North. There's an existing policy in place as understood in which decisions affecting planning matters are to be consistent with EPS, which is the public policy statement, while conforming with the place to grow policy, section 5.2.5.7. Special policy area is not intended to allow for new or intensified development and or site alterations if a community has feasible opportunities for development outside the floodplain. The policy section 2.1 of a place to grow states in part that it must adhere to guidelines which protect public safety and prevent future flood risks. Development should be directed away from hazardous areas, including those that have been identified as special policy areas in accordance with the PPS, which council has the authority to deny based on the existing policies in place. In light of the Indigenous rights in the Protect the Tract advocacy group that supports the Haudenosaunee Confederacy moratorium and development with the Haldimand Tract, builders and governments must consult with Six Nations hereditary chiefs and clan mothers. As Mayor McGarry responded to their questions and or concerns, and further has Pearl Hospitality requested permission to build skyscrapers, which will include both residential and transient accommodations, the hotel, along the Grand River watershed. This build would undoubtedly create environmental pollution to our Grand River, existing wildlife, and further stress to the existing sewage system, which would result in reconstruction and financial burden to the taxpayers. It is obvious that the development is not in line with the historical landscape of our town, but we do have policies in place to address new builds in keeping with the town's heritage guidelines. Has the Historical Society been consulted on this build? All local taxpayers have the right to transparent information and details regarding the proposed build at 130 Water Street North and what recommendation would be in place to remove contaminated soil on this property. As a taxpayer who resides adjacent to this build, I'm concerned about the health implications that may result. Therefore, I, Robin Thomas, would like it on record that I strongly oppose the development in our beautiful historical town of Galt. Thank you for your time. And since I'm reading this on behalf of Robin, I'm not sure that I'll be able to answer questions.
Well, thank you, Rob. And I will turn to council and ask if there are any questions of Rob.
Certainly.
And seeing none, Rob, I want to thank you for the time that you've given us this morning. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Yep, been following on. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. And now, council, and to those who are watching, we're going to take a break until 12:30. So we will return at 12:30 sharp and carry on with the rest of the delegations and phone-ins if there are any. Thanks, everyone. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're just going to get started again. Our next delegate is Jen Clark, and we're just going to wait to get Jen on the line. Good afternoon, Jen.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. If you have YouTube playing in the background, can you turn that down or off, because the feedback will create a problem for us?
Done. All right, am I on?
Yes, you are. Now, well, thanks again. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann speaking, and I want to thank you for joining us to delegate today. Just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item and that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. You'll have 5 minutes to speak, and you'll hear a bell in the background at the 1 minute mark. So welcome again, Jen, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Cambridge City Council. My name is Jen Clark, and I'm representing a group of concerned neighborhood members on the proposed build at 130 Water Street North, Cambridge, Ontario. We've pulled together to let you know that we are not in favor of the proposed build by Pearl Hospitality. We have contacted our neighbors and the citizens of Cambridge with a petition that has been going around for the past 3 weeks. It is already 700 signatures strong, with more coming in daily. The signatures we have acquired have been registered with the council. We have multiple reasons why we feel that you should reconsider this proposal and would like to ask Pearl to redesign it to more suitable and size appropriate for the Galt Riverfront area. An increased amount of traffic and truck congestion and noise will be the result of this build. There'll be increased sound pollution for all the surrounding neighbors. High-rises burden existing services and infrastructure. This will worsen our traffic problems and damage character of neighborhoods. There'll be a loss of open space and river access for all. High-rises are not green. They use twice as much energy as mid-rise structures, less sustainable than mid-rise buildings. Glass is not good at keeping heat out or desirable heat in. They use twice as much energy per square meter than mid-rise structures. This is an unsuitable solution to our increasing urban density, adding to the area's carbon footprint by creating an urban heat island, compounding issues of climate change. This leaves a much bigger carbon footprint. Heat islands increase the heat with urban centers. This contradicts the climate change mandates of the region. High-rises are major sources of greenhouse gas emissions and contributors to the climate crisis. Buildings generate nearly 40% of global GHG emissions. High-rise structures are subject to the effects of too much sun and too much wind on their all-glass skins, making them inherently inefficient. Wind and air masses are major factors that negatively impact climate change. Heated ground causes air to rise, which results in lower air pressure, which is a result of urban heat islands that high-rises create. The pandemic has kept more people at home. Studies have shown that more people will continue to work from home as a result. This will increase the usage of AC and will create higher emissions in one central area with high-rise development. This is not sustainable and does not help meet the mandate targets to reduce our carbon footprint in the area. There'll be costly impacts to already overloaded public services, inclusive of water treatment, road, and sewer infrastructure. This comes shortly after the pandemic, and the city is just trying to get back online with all the extra cost expenditures and loss of funds from over the past 2 years. This proposal is also not of human scale. High-rises separate people from the street, creating its own community. The proposed buildings have all of its own amenities, which will not encourage people and the residents to use the businesses in the downtown core. Corey Hamilton will be continuing with the remaining points of our message for the council. I thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Jen. And just before you go, I want to make sure that council has an opportunity to ask any questions. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, I do want to thank you for your time with us this afternoon. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge page.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Jen.
Take care.
Our next delegate is Corey Hambleton. And we'll just wait to get Corey on the line. Hello, Corey, are you there?
I am here, yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's Deputy Mayor Mann speaking, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you please ensure your remarks relate directly to the agenda item, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, and you have 5 minutes. Go ahead, Corey.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and City Councillors. My name is Corey Hambleton, and I am a resident of 150 Water Street North. I, along with many others here, are opposed to the Pearl Hospitality proposal of the new development at 130 Water Street North. So I'm going to start off with, there's many environmental issues that we've been talking about here, including clean water sources, stormwater containments that will have an effect on the wildlife in the area. High rises actually decrease air quality by increasing the production of pollutants such as ozone, and decreases water quality as warmer waters flow into the area streams and puts a lot of stress on our ecosystems. The Grand River Shed has a natural heritage. The Grand River provides habitat to thousands of species of birds, fish, and animals. These landscape features are also what make up the watershed's natural heritage system. The landscape here has changed dramatically over the past 200 years. However, the GRCA and its partners in the public and private sectors have been working tirelessly for many decades to protect what remains and restore what has been lost. These efforts are aimed at restoring the natural resiliency of the watershed, improving its biodiversity, and providing natural spaces for the enjoyment and benefit of watershed residents. This proposal will alter the river, which will diminish the endless efforts that have been put in place already and continue to be worked on. This proposal did not originally include an affordable housing initiative. Downtown Galt is dealing with increased costs of current rental and housing supply throughout the city already. High rises do not increase affordability, and in fact, it's proven to decrease affordability. This proposal does not help with the struggle already in place to provide affordable housing in our community. There are high costs to provide public services. There's road reconstruction, waste management, water and wastewater treatments, which are implications that use up taxes, along with waived development fees, incentives offered for development, and the need for growing public services. The outcome will include higher taxes to pay for the development and continuing maintenance of growth rather than sustainability. The lands subject for Pearl Hospitality development fall within the floodplain of the Grand River and within the Galt City Centre, the special policy under the Galt City of Cambridge official plan. The policy states that protecting public safety and preventing future flood risks, growth should generally be directed away from hazardous areas, including those that have been identified as special policy areas in accordance with the PPS. We appreciate your time today. We have sent you a short video clip for your review of concerns of local residents here from 150 and 170 Water Street North. So I just want to thank you for your time and for listening. And that's it.
Thank you, Corey. And I'll just turn to council and see if there are any questions that they have of you. And seeing none, oh, I do see one. Sorry, Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the delegate, Jen. I'm a little confused. So I see all of your against high rises and against building on the floodplain, but don't you live in a high rise on the floodplain?
I was expecting this question. I was expecting this. Yes, we do, but we're only 12 stories. I think the major concerns, we know something's going to be built. I think our major concerns is the monstrous size of 37 stories right beside us. Yes, I agree. We do live in a high rise, but it's 12 stories. Not 3 times, this proposed development is 3 times the size, more than 3 times the size of us.
Yeah. I realize that, but I also know there was objection to the high rises that you live in as well. So Anyway, just wanted to
I was expecting
clarify
that question, and it's fair. Yeah, yeah. I just, 12 stories when we bought, I just assumed that would be what was going to be, it would be in line with everything that's here already, not to be some eyesore on the skyline, like
Thank
the
you.
gas district.
Thanks. And we'll turn now to Mayor McGarry. Go ahead, please, Mayor McGarry.
Thank you very much, Corey. And I certainly do appreciate your concern and your neighbors' concerns for the environment and for the Grand River. And again, that's much appreciated. You've brought up some good points. I do recall when 150 and 170 Water Street North were under development, there was soil sampling done, and the area that your condo tower is built on was very contaminated with coal tar. And indeed, this had been a brownfield site for decades that was not able to be built on. So the developer of your particular building did come along, did get a grant, and did clean up the soil. So in fact, even though there are 2 towers there now where there was a contaminated coal tar site, that area of the river and that area of our city has actually had contaminated soil removed from that area and the condo towers built instead. So my question to you is, do you think that that would be helpful for the environment, recognizing your concern for the health of the river?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Corey, for being with us this afternoon. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel.
Yes, yes, I've been watching all day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your time. Bye-bye.
Bye. Our next delegate is Yuri Langlois, and we'll just take a moment to get Yuri on the line. Hello, Yuri, are you there?
Yes, absolutely.
Hi, Yuri. It's Deputy Mayor Mann speaking. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, thank you for joining us to delegate today. Just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you ensure your remarks relate directly to the agenda item, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you will hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Yuri, and go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor McGarry, Deputy Mayor Mann, and Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. As a planning and urban design graduate, I always feel that most development should have quality design. However, the height of this development proposal is hard to ignore. With the proposed height, I question how this could be proposed as a reasonable or sympathetic development for the location which it is in, as in with regard to basic urban design principle. Planning tower height isn't a yes or a no question for a city. It is a question of location and fit. First, the impact of the proposed increase in height and density at 37 and 28 stories. Although abutting the existing 11 and 12-story waterscape condos, the sheer scale of 37 stories is hard to justify at over 3 times the height of those buildings. At approximately 220 meters away from the nearest single detached dwellings located on Roseview Avenue, this limited distance provides little space for transitioning height to be sympathetic to the low-rise residential. Planning theorists' evidence suggests that abrupt changes, height changes in urban environments convey a sense of outer rhythm, city pattern, and disorder, mentally harming human scale, and cause psychological diaspora. Galt core is a built environment where the visual and social relationships with the ground are greater, where mid-rise can satisfy and promote this. This height, as it may be a result from the typology used, as many planners like to call it, the quintessential Canadian treatment of the tower on top of a podium, or i.e. the Vancouverism. It is the very typology that planners in Europe and my own thesis supervisor in the UK has learned from what not to do in planning. The proposal to the community context height ratio is not the only issue of this proposal, but we also must consider the broader implications to the heritage landscape of the downtown. The beauty of Galt core showcases many definitions and reasons for such a policy to exist. With this practice in place, then heritage goes beyond the single buildings or blocks for conservation, but rather it's the broader context, The Galt core, nestled in the river valley and bounded by green slopes that are a beautiful backdrop to the river, bridges, historic roof lines, and steeples. It is how both the natural and built environment create a relationship to result in a unique identity and character that resonates with the individual, making Cambridge a place like no other. This is unique to Ontario. This is a place that, this is part of the placemaking that planners seek to create in new developments and master plan communities, but rarely succeed with mass-produced approaches. And so in these elements that form over decades and centuries, we realize is genuine, unique, and do play an important role in being mentally present to enjoy as residents and for tourists alike. We must also think of the view sheds and why they should be preserved. If you Google search Cambridge, Ontario for images, the first many results of the view corridor that appears on the south view is of the southwest view of Central Presbyterian Church and the Main Street Arch Bridge, the stone block of the Grand Cafe and School of Architecture from the old library at the end of Dixon Street. These are all images from before Gaslight condos. These are taken by locals, tourists, and well-known artists. But now this picturesque view is now gone. The view of the downtown looking north is a similar one. And the question bodes, do you want a heritage landscape of river, arch bridge, historic roof lines, and steeples with the backdrop of a valley of trees or a backdrop of glass condos that is overbearing on the setting? Again, I'm not against height or density, but density can be achieved without height. It is just where and where not height should be. This consideration and is good planning. The river is within the natural amphitheater of the valley to the river. Walling off with sheer height does nothing but isolate the community's identity to its birthplace. Hespeler Road, for example, is a fantastic grayfield corridor to explore the interrelationships between height and existing communities where the space for transition in height permits. It is a geographic and future center of the city and the gateway to the city. The height can be supported and especially now with President of the NZO'd Smart Centers proposal reaching beyond 30 stories or greater. Lastly, to consider, we can agree that residential density is needed to support future transit, sustainable urban development, and economic regeneration. However, we need to continuously ask the question regarding the number of suitable family-sized units within these buildings, which are defined as 2 or more bedroom units, when in fact the majority of new condos in Ontario these days do consist of a higher percentage of 1 bedroom or less units, thereby not suitable for a growing community and those who wish to call Cambridge home. As the units of each type are not yet identified for this proposal, I do hope that however it comes about, the importance of livable units is given priority. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Yuri. And just before I let you go, I'm going to ask Council if there are any questions for you. So Council, do you have any questions? Seeing none, we want to thank you for your time with us this afternoon, Yuri. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Great. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Karen Scott Booth. And we'll just wait to get Karen on the line.
Before I let you go, I'm going to ask Council if there are any questions for you.
Hi, Karen. Can you turn your YouTube off?
Hello?
Hello, Karen. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann speaking. And I just want to thank you for joining us to delegate this afternoon. And a reminder that you have 5 minutes to speak. And I'd ask that you please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item and that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise when your 5 minutes is up and you'll hear a bell in the background at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Karen, and please go ahead.
Thank you. So, Deputy Mayor Mann, Mayor McGarry, members of council, staff, and members of the community. As you know, I am no stranger to delegating on behalf of ACO Cambridge. I am here as the Vice President representing the Architectural Conservancy Ontario Heritage Cambridge branch. ACO has no conflict of interest, no personal or professional benefit to the development, but we all will suffer greatly if this is allowed to go forward as submitted. To be clear, ACO is not opposed to the development. Revitalization and economic stability of our downtown cores is necessary for a vibrant community, and we encourage good planning and design with respect for protection of our significant heritage resources. And in this regard, we expect the city to follow its own legislated bylaws and obligations. ACO does not support this request. This is another official plan amendment request for this site in order for a development that will loom 37 and 28 stories above the core, above the Heritage River, and above the Heritage, what will be hopefully the Heritage Conservation District. We cannot support the numerous zoning bylaw amendments proposed to allow for increased height and density. And the fact that is demonstrated clearly is that in order to allow this development to go forward, there have to be numerous amendments to your official plan. The official plan was put in place with good planning, with time, with consultation, and council and staff should be following the direction of their official plan. The proposal before you misses the mark in so many ways. The property owners have submitted applications to amend your official plan and your zoning bylaws to facilitate what without this major amendment, it would not go forward, and it is for good reason. 8 stories is the allowable height in this area of Galt. In 2015, against the wishes of many citizens and against the recommendation of city staff, this site was granted a height amendment from the official plan to allow for 12 stories. The current maximum density permitted is 250 units per hectare. The owner's request is 404 units. This is an increase of 62%. The current maximum height building allowed is 54 meters. The owner's request for height is 143 meters for the 37-story residential tower, which is an increase of 165%. And the 28-story tower is an increase of 107%. These increases are unacceptable, unsustainable, environmentally counterproductive, and simply not the best interests of downtown Galt and the citizens of Cambridge. We concur with many of the speakers today. Traffic, congestion, lack of parking, the need for added city and regional infrastructure, the environmental impact, the unsustainability of these towers. This council is charged with making decisions not just for your term of 4 years, but for the future generations to come. And this decision will impact future generations when these types of architectural structures will be demolished long before the mill of 1842 that is adjacent to this proposal. Council is presently in the midst of 2 important studies, the Galt Height Guideline Study and the Galt Core Heritage Conservation District Study. Council has been engaged in these studies, citizens have been engaged, money has been spent. This is important input for decisions to be made. People and organizations have dedicated time and energy to the betterment of Galt. The developer asking for exemptions of this magnitude is highly disrespectful of Cambridge City staff, councillors, and citizens. Preserving a community's heritage is about livability, honoring the past industry of our predecessors, and in Galt's case, showcasing the many fine examples of our built and natural heritage. This community has much more than most communities. Throughout the region, it stands alone, and I would say provincially, it is a dream. The resources you have in this downtown core need to be revisioned and density increased, but sympathetically and respectfully. We implore council to reject this application and the official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments that are required to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And I'm just going to turn to council and see if there are any questions for you. And seeing none, I want to thank you again for your time with us today. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Karen. And our next delegation is Lori Detta. We'll just take a moment to get Lori on the line. Hello, Lori.
Hi.
Hi, Lori. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann speaking, and I want to thank you for joining us to delegate today. And just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. And please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I will advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you will hear a bell in the background at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Lori, and go ahead, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I became concerned about this project when I seen a petitioner gathering signatures against the project last week. And today I wish to speak beyond the developer, commercial, and economic growth perspective, as unpopular as it seems today. Over the years, rumors indicated there would be development at 130 Water Street North. However, not to the extent proposed in this application, consisting of the 2 high-rise towers along the river. I agree that Pearl has been beneficial in the community in terms of its hospitality developments. However, the proposed scale of this development is viewed as inappropriate and risky by many, given the site and its sensitive location adjacent to the Grand River. We should be very concerned about this development because the process and timing of the application for the enormity of these projects needs more publicity, public transparency, and appropriate additional timelines to ensure integrity for such a huge development, which is far higher than the allowable height within the city as it is now. Many residents not involved in the real estate market have no idea of this project, who also live within close proximity, including myself, until last week. This application consists of developer expert opinions, and there are no objective environmental, social, or municipal studies of the impact of the high-rise towers, particularly in its location beside the Grand River. This development, as we know, lies in the Haldeman Tract. And earlier this year, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Chiefs Council announced a moratorium on development in the tract without consent, which, especially at this time, should be respected. Now, regarding the process that has not been well advertised and information readily available, there is a very small sign, 20 inches by 30 inches at the site, with images and small-sized text that prevents ordinary citizens who walk, bike, or drive by to see or read the information on the sign. There has been little or no notice advertising of the public meeting. Given the massive size of this project, several public meetings should occur and more publicizing to raise awareness. This statutory meeting takes place during the day when most people are working full-time and cannot give this matter their full attention, as many here or can even attend. When I contacted the city about the statutory meeting, I was advised by the city rep that I could Google it or watch it on YouTube. I had to press to ask for the planner's contact information to ask about the process. Unless you are a developer, it is not easy to navigate the development application's website to provide feedback, which leaves the average citizen feeling helpless and resigned in the process. Overall, the process is confusing or minimized from public view so that public participation and opposition is reduced. It would be beneficial for this application to be more well advertised and promoted for greater public engagement and objective dissemination. Now, with respect to the development application, we know it contains opinions of well-paid consultants who are hired and paid specifically by the developer to spin the positive view of the work and is naturally biased. I understand this part of the approvals process. However, more objectivity is necessary, and from the natural and social perspective, not just for economic development in terms of the potential harm of the scale of this project, which there will be. Unfortunately, the general public, like myself, can't afford to pay the high-priced consulting fees to argue that the sustainable design is non-existent to be influential in this process. The application includes notions of affordable mixed housing, sustainability, intensification, high employment, energy efficiency, and conservation protection, low impact development, enhanced transportation, and low greenhouse gas emissions. This is hypothetical, and the potential for a negative impact is huge, including more working poor, further affordable housing loss, increased rents, increased greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore greater climate change. And dismissed entirely is the possible damage or negative impact on the immediately adjacent Grand River and its ecosystem. The natural sensitivity of the site is omitted entirely from the developer's application, as where it describes the proposed development does not pose any threat to the natural environment, as there are none on the site when it sits directly adjacent to the Grand River and sensitive natural areas. More research is required, ideally by objective universities or natural environmental conservation researchers. I also reflected on the building height guidelines for the Galt Core area, and its public consultation is incomplete or unavailable. And this should be completed and influence this and other sustainable development in the city of Cambridge. In addition, the Cambridge intensification study by the Planning Partnership discusses good intensification and bad intensification, which is development should be assessed and speak to the good and bad points noted in the document. Lastly, the type of development needs to be conducted with a fair and equitable process involving careful and objective research and investigation to ensure transparency and integrity. In particular, the impact of these high rises on the Grand River, the sensitive ecosystem, social, economic, and environmental sustainability, and the city's ability to manage increased demand on municipal services. Thank you. That's all I have for today. And I'm sorry, I'm at work.
Thank you, Lori, and thank you for
sorry for the background.
Thank you for taking the time to be with us today. And I'm going to ask council if there are any questions of you. And I do see Mayor McGarry would like to ask a question. Go ahead, please, Mayor McGarry.
Thank you, Lori, for joining us, and certainly appreciate having to call in from work. Quick question that's come up a couple of times. You said that the sustainability was an issue. Could you further elaborate on what you mean by sustainability? Is that of the environment, of the building? What does that, could you just clarify that for me? Thank you.
For a decade, I worked in architecture, and at that time, I worked for some prestigious architectural firms, such as Teeple Architects and MJMA in Toronto. And environmental design as a whole, building, site, and the entire environment was looked at when creating projects like this. And it included LEED Platinum buildings, a LEED Silver, LEED Gold, like City Hall is obviously, we know it's LEED accredited. And I didn't see anything sustainable of this project in terms of the site, the building itself, in terms of energy conservation or low greenhouse gas emissions. There was nothing mentioned except for a green roof. And it is located very close to the Grand River. So it's not just one thing, it's everything that this building and its site and where it's located. And that's all of what sustainable design is about. It's not about one thing, it's about everything and the impact it will have. In particularly right now when we have record temperatures, we should be really looking at sustainable design. And I'm also really concerned about how this project is going to be an example in the future for other projects when this is a time when it really needs to show change. I'm not sure if the city of Cambridge can even handle servicing a project like this when, you know, we don't even have recycling at parks. The water system, it's not something I have expertise in. I have my LEED accreditation. I haven't had the time to look at this project in detail, except for the documents that I found on the application site, which took me a long time to get through, and also some historical documents. And I really think this is a time to reflect and make sure that this project and future projects have sustainable design included, and that includes the use of utilities, water, the impact on the site, and the placement of the buildings in Cambridge next to the Grand River. I have to say that's a real priority for me. My LEED design background was important, but it's just, I actually live across the street, just across from the Cambridge Mill, and I watch the herons come in, the osprey, and I'm just really worried about the impact of those buildings on the wildlife and the quality of water for the Grand River. And if you just walk a little bit further down from those condos towards the amphitheater, you know there's a very sensitive ecosystem there that lies in the Grand River. And I think it's our job to make sure that we're a voice and that we don't just look at it from an economic and development perspective. And that's what I've heard today in this meeting.
Thank you, Lori. And thank you for the question, Mayor McGarry. I don't see any other questions. And so I want to thank you for your time with us today, Lori. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
There are no further pre-registered delegations for this public meeting, so I will now open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who would like to call in and speak to Public Meeting Report 21-169, CD, Public Meeting Report 130 Water Street North and 0 Park Hill Road West, Cambridge Developments, Inc., and Grand River. Again, individuals wishing to call in and speak to this item can call 519-740-4680, extension 4799. At this time, I'm going to confer with the clerk to determine if any individuals have called in requesting to speak to this item. And should we have callers after the first call out, we will contact them in order. So I'll ask that you be patient while we take a moment just to check and see if we have any callers. Welcome back, everyone. We do have one delegate requesting to speak to this public meeting, and that's John Wright. And we're just going to receive John. Good afternoon, John. It's Deputy Mayor Mann. Are you there?
I'm here.
Thanks, John. Thank you for joining us to delegate today. And just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council. And I'd ask that you ensure your remarks relate directly to the agenda item and that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise when your 5 minutes is up and you'll hear a bell in the background at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, John, and please go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Mann and Mayor McGarry, council and staff. My name is John Wright, and I've worked at Southworks and in core revitalization for over 20 years. Partly because of Southworks, we have a University of Waterloo School of Architecture and the theater of Drayton in our core. Over the years, we've spent millions of dollars at advertising to get shoppers to our core. There's an old saying about rooftops before retail. In the end, Southworks only did preserve the land and the building for the right developer to come along and do the right thing for both the city and the site. If we ever want our cores to really be the economic driver they were of the past, we need these kind of developments. We need these rooftops. As far as height's concerned, we have to all start thinking that height is our friend. We need the density to get the economic motor going again in the core. And if we don't have height, we just get urban sprawl. Pearl has done actually a very good job of opening up the grade pedestrian walkways and landscape, and they can only do this because of height. I think one of the things that council should listen to and hear is when they're listening to all these negative comments about the project itself, is they should consider this. Developers build these projects because there's a demand. When Gaslight opened its site office for the first sales at the old Southworks site, all the units that were offered in the first go around, and I think also in the second, were bought in the first 3 days by people. Over 90% of them were bought by people who are actual end users and not investors. That in itself is a really strong statement from the people who you represent. I can't encourage you enough to support this project to help with the economic development of the core. And one of the things we know about Pearl is they do a first-class job, and they'll make us proud. I've been in the trenches in the core for over 30 years, and we need these kind of developments in our core. That's really all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And I'll just turn to council and see if there are any questions of you. And seeing none, we do want to thank you for your time with us this afternoon. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Thanks, John.
Thanks. Bye.
We have no further delegates at this time. And again, I want to remind viewers that individuals wishing to speak to this item may contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. And after each participant has been given the opportunity to speak, I'll make a final call for delegations before closing this public meeting. As noted, in order to ensure all those wishing to speak, we have an opportunity to do so. In order for them to have an opportunity to do so, we're going to take another 3-minute recess to allow one more opportunity for members of the public to call in and speak to the Statutory Public Meeting Report 21-169 CD, Public Meeting Report 130 Water Street North and 0 Park Hill Road West, Cambridge Developments, Inc., and Grand River. So we'll take a 3-minute recess, please. Welcome back, everyone. We have received one more delegate requesting to speak to this public meeting, and I will ask that we be patient while we bring this individual in. We have Chris Rigo joining us. Good afternoon, Chris. Are you there? We're still waiting for him. Good afternoon, Chris. Are you there?
It's Cliff.
Sorry, Cliff.
That's all right.
Cliff, it's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann speaking, and I want to thank you for joining us to delegate today. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you ensure your comments relate directly to the agenda item, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Cliff. You have 5 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mike and Council. It's Cliff, as in Clifford, C-L-I-F-F, Rago. Thought I would call in and just go through what I've heard and been following. And obviously, as a real estate agent, some people might take it as, of course, we want more condos or development. But born and raised in the city, Cambridge, and living there in Blair, I think what we've seen in the last 5 years in the region, especially the Cambridge, just in my opinion, and what I, have people calling us all the time at the brokerage level, the demand and the development that's happened in the region. More and more people are just getting caught up with Cambridge and the architect, what we see, the water, and I think what we've seen proposed and what we're seeing is something special. I think we don't see it too often. I've experienced something special already in the core, and we've seen the demand, we've seen the interest for such things, and I think having stuff like this just completes what we need, and the mix, the entire package. And I think the way Pearl does stuff, I think we've all seen it. And if you follow their model, their business, they don't do it half-assed. So I think we're probably fortunate and very lucky to have the city that we have, and the developer that wants to do nothing but the best. So again, been around a while. I don't call in often. I do stay very neutral in most cases, but a lot of developers come in and out and they just want to squeeze. I get as many units. This is something special, and I'm not seeing anything like that. And really impressed, and we'll be very lucky and fortunate to have such, I would say, epic luxury kind of mix of all lifestyles for something like that in the core. So really, really impressed, and I think it's something we should all look at very serious and support. So that was a quick call. Wish I could be on video, and hopefully that came in through okay.
Yes, it did. Thank you, Cliff. And I apologize for not having your name correct to begin with, but I'm just going to turn to council and see if there are any questions for you, Cliff. And I do see a couple. So first I'm going to ask for Mayor McGarry. Mayor McGarry, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cliff, for calling in. I know that you had a lot to do, I think, with some of the quick sellout of the Gaslight District condos. And I look at where they're placed and also look at where 130 Water Street North is placed. And I'm wondering, you did talk about pent-up demand for these, which is why they sold out so quickly. I know that I've talked with a few people around that sale, and one of the things that they really liked was the walkability of the downtown core, not only crossing the pedestrian bridge, but also looking forward to potentially the LRT terminus, which is right at Bruce and Water Street South, right near that pedestrian bridge. And in fact, 130 Water Street North is within 800 meters of that LRT, which is a major transit area that looks to increase density. So my question to you is, what are condo owners looking for? What are these unit owners looking for when they're looking at either downsizing or moving into a condo in a downtown core?
Great question. I've been talking about condos probably 8 years ago prior to the demand, and I follow the market, obviously North America and Toronto. And it was really early 6, 7 years ago, 5 years ago, but people now finally are really up to date or really wanting the lifestyle of a condo. The first thing any buyer in this region would say is, I don't want to spend the money on condo fees. When they really look at the condo fees, it might be less than actually your own property maintenance of fences, decks, roofs, and driveways, etc. So the condo fees are actually less expensive. So people got wind of that and really have bought into the condo lifestyle. So for sure, just the condo lifestyle period is so early on in the region and still underrated. So you're going to see really hype for that and more, including my parents, who are looking at one of the developments and they're moving in. So the lifestyle is what people want. Of course, you're going to add the mix of the downtown core, the water access, the core itself. You can walk, trail, bike. That's great. That is the number one. It's all about location. So we have that in the cores. So you have, a place that you really don't even need cars as much. So you're gonna be able to walk everywhere. That's going to be the new norm. And then I think the most important one, I wouldn't say the most important, I would say the LRTs is gravy. That's going to be really, really important at the end. However, there's still demand for today. Being involved in the last development in the region, in the core of Cambridge, we were pretty impressed and blown away that, without getting into the numbers, but I could tell you it wasn't an out-of-town buying frenzy with one of the developments. It was local, so the demand was there, and we're surprised, more and more how many buyers still want to just stay in the core. And I would say 70-80% of the buyers of developments of such kind will be local. And then I think what Pearl's doing, which is really for us really exciting, is that the lifestyle that they're bringing is like no other. I've been involved again in a lot of projects we've been very lucky to, within the region and outside of the region, but the entire package, how Pearl thinks, they're really bringing everything in one location. And of course, downtown Cambridge with the beauty and the LRT, it's just going to increase and help everything. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you,
You
Cliff.
did. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, we have Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, through you. And thank you very much, Cliff, for calling in and delegating today. As someone who's familiar with the real estate market in Cambridge and Waterloo region generally, it's obviously been a crazy year, unprecedented, I think, in many ways in terms of escalating costs. It's difficult for anyone to buy a home these days. So what effect will a building like this have on a community in terms of its real estate pricing? I know it's impossible to predict global real estate market trends, but if a building like this is constructed, what does it do to the local real estate market? Like if you're a homeowner in Cambridge and something like this goes up, what does it do to you or for you?
Yeah, of course. And again, I've tried to stay as facts and stat as possible, if that makes sense, which is just, speak the numbers, the facts, and being at the ground level with the clientele and really communicating. I think you're going to see homeowners benefit with something like this. Of course, the last year is unprecedented, as you mentioned. That no one expected that. Do we see a decline? No one will know. However, I think you're going to see a flat market and maybe slight level. And if there is a decrease of some sort, there's just such a, the condos have jumped over 40% in price in a year. That just shows you the demand for condo lifestyle. 40% in 1 year, with the 10 to 15 year prior to that, year in, year out. So I think with this entire package, it's creating value for your principal residents. More and more people will move to the region area, want to be part of this, and the house values will continue to rise, and condo living makes more and more sense. So you're going to get a mix of local appreciation continue. We've always had room when if you follow the region, the Toronto market, even New York and anywhere else in the world, we're still inexpensive in Toronto. And some people might think, wow, so we have a lot of room in this region. We just need more of this lifestyle, hands down. Like, it's obviously, again, we're in the market. We're not here just to, come up with our own stats. It's what people want. So the demand and back to your, I think I'm answering, but you'll see a real solid price appreciation with more density and quality. People just want to sell and move into these units, and you don't have enough housing now. So at least that might see a balance in the region where if we get density, people locally will be moving in. I know that I'd have 50, 60 tomorrow wanting to be part of this, and that'll just increase more inventory in the single res in the city for sure.
Thank you, Cliff.
You're welcome.
Thank you for calling in, Cliff. And I don't see any more callers, but I do want to thank you for joining us today. And if you wish, you can follow along and watch the rest of it on the Cambridge YouTube page.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council and everyone. It was unfortunate I couldn't have had some internet issues in today's world. Everything is wonky, but I'm glad you guys were able to get me via phone, and it hopefully came in clear. Thank you, everyone.
Next time we'll get your first name right, Cliff.
That's okay. I get that all the time. No
Thank
problem
you.
at all. Thanks, everyone.
We do have one more caller who has requested to speak to this item, and that is Alex Kastner. And I'm just going to ask staff to get Alex on the line. Good afternoon, Alex. It's Deputy Mayor Mann speaking. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, Alex. And just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. And I'd ask that you please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item, and that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I will advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Alex, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor McGarry and members of Cambridge City Council and other delegates who joined this call. I call in today asking to read a letter in comment from Rick Haldenby, professor at University of Waterloo, the architecture school here in Cambridge, if that will allow. And if I may, I'll continue to kind of read his comments as provided to us. He unfortunately couldn't be here today, but I knew he's very invested in commenting on this. So I'll go ahead and read his statement. Dear Mayor McGarry and members of Cambridge City Council, I write as an individual with a profound interest and dedication to the life of the Cambridge core. I led the School of Architecture to relocate in the Riverside Silk Mills complex in 2004. We came here because the Galt core offered an inspiring combination of natural, urban, and architectural landscapes, and because the city of Cambridge showed a clear commitment to developing the core, building on its architectural and natural resources into a prosperous, lively, beautiful, and inspiring environment for the architecture students and all the citizens of Cambridge. There have been many successes in the last 17 years, great collaborations with the city, idea exchange, the Six Nations, local businesses, and civic events. As the School of Architecture reopens this fall, we must all hope that the core area comes back to life. It is my firm belief that the most important step the city can take in building that future is approving the proposal of Pearl Hospitality to build 2 towers at the north end of Galt core adjacent to the Cambridge Mill complex. Since I helped relocate the School of Architecture to the Galt core, we have been struggling with the lack of hotels to support the programs of guests, scholars, evaluators, and friends. It is, frankly, an embarrassment that such a beautiful core and such a prominent educational institution do not offer guests a place to stay overnight. But this proposal offers much more than a hotel. It will bring people to live downtown. It will offer resources for visitors and residents. Most importantly, it turns towards the river and creates a front facing the Grand with terraces, promenades, and gardens. It addresses an urban heritage with a beautiful and animated facade. The buildings are tall, but they represent the highest standard of design witnessed in any tall building in this region to this date. The proportions are slender and elegant. The materials are of high quality. The fenestration pattern is beautiful. In sum, the design is superior to anything that is being built in other cities in Waterloo region. This is a region that is witnessing dramatic change. The drive to intensify is changing cities all over North America. Cambridge has much to protect in its heritage, but it also has much to lose if it does not find a way to bring additional population, density, employment, and activity to its core. This project will do all these things. It will bring new visitors to appreciate the beauty of Cambridge and the Galt Core in particular. It will create a destination and make the extension of the Ion south to Cambridge more effective. It is a periphery of the historic Galt Core. It does no damage to any historic structure. It will add new dimensions to the core. I urge you to support the PRO project. Yours truly, Rick Haldenby, Professor, Waterloo Architecture.
Thank you, Alex. And I'll just ask council if there are any questions of Alex. And seeing none, Alex, I do want to thank you for joining us and taking the time to be here today. And if you want to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. I've received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for the statutory public meeting call and extension have all been received and that we have heard from all those who have requested to speak today. I will now call for the motion. The recommendation for consideration is to refer this application back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation. Councillor Liggett, you have that motion. Please read it in its entirety.
Before I do that, Mr. Chair, we have not had the opportunity to ask questions of the developer.
That's right. And once we put the motion on the floor, we will have the opportunity to ask questions of the developer and of staff.
Okay, all right, thank you. Recommended by myself, seconded by Councillor Mehta, that report 21-169 CD public meeting report 130 Water Street North at 0 Park Hill Road West, Cambridge Developments Inc. and Grand River Conservation Authority be received, and that the application OR 05/21 for 130 Water Street North and 0 Park Hill Road West be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. And now to council, are there any questions? Yes, there are. Councillor Liggett, go ahead, please.
Thank you. This is a question for Aaron, if he's still here. Yes. So Aaron, my question is that back in 2015, when you came before us and did your previous application, we had approved that application with all of the different amendments. Why did you not act upon that?
Sorry, can you help me out there with the different amendments?
In your application in 2015, I'm asking why you did not follow through on that, the permission to build back then. What happened that you're back again with a brand new application?
Oh, okay, thank you. And in 2015, we were granted the 12 stories, but it was asked from council at the time to relook at the architecture. And it wasn't the architecture of one mass building that was not only blocking the view completely from the river, but also the architecture at the time wasn't favorable. So we took that and since then hired the team that you see here before today presenting and looking at what we believe is a much better architectural fit for the site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. And moving on to Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you. My first question, and I hope this isn't jumping the gun a bit, but in terms of parking, I know if these two buildings went up, there'd be parking garage that would be necessary. Would the garage strictly be for residents of the complex and guests of the hotel, or would it also be available to the public for municipal parking as well?
So I can answer some of that there. The parking garage is overflow parking, so whether it be for visitors attending or visiting the hotel or the mill, or if it was for valet or staff. So it would be making sure that we accommodate everyone that's coming to the site. There is enough parking within the complex for the hotel residents, or sorry, the hotel visitors and the residents. So it's really, it's an overflow parking for the site. And so it accommodates our business needs, and it's important because the Cambridge Mill is operating that we have this parking in place so it doesn't affect the mill and it can continue on as business as usual. As far as public parking, we haven't broached that conversation in great detail. It was touched upon, but yeah, there's nothing more at this time with that.
Thank you. And I have a quick follow-up question, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. We've heard a lot about environmental sustainability, and a number of delegates were concerned about climate change. And one of the main ways that we can fight climate change going forth is retrofitting older buildings to be more energy efficient, and of course ensuring that newer builds are both climate resilient and energy efficient as well in their construction and their design. A lot of buildings, as we know, are aiming to be net zero. So I was just wondering if you're factoring in any of these energy efficient designs or ways of operating the building into the design. It'd be great to hear about those now or in the future.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm going to turn it over to Patrick because he can speak more intelligently than I can on it. But that did come up a couple of comments from the public, and we obviously didn't share a lot of the architectural details of the site, and there's obviously much more details to follow. But if you zoom in on those renderings, it shows that this is not a glass box. It's very much using stone and precast, and with these pockets of large, larger windows. But there is a lot of stone precast, which means from an energy efficient, there's a lot of insulation factor. And so that's just one of the many things that is different from this site than when you see a glass tower. But I don't know, I'll let you comment further on that, Patrick.
Thanks, Aaron. It's a great question, Scott. Sustainability has to be at the top of mind for any developer, particularly developers who are managing and operating their own buildings. So, for particularly a hotel and the common areas of the building, we have to take it up a notch, as well as for condo sales. The province of Ontario, not that long ago, introduced a whole new set of energy guidelines and keep notching it up to the point where, what we considered LEED standards not that long ago now are really the way we have to build, just as a matter of fact. So there are other sustainability levels as well, and not just talking about the building, but regional as well. I took to heart some of the mentions that some of the delegates made about sustainability, and there's nothing more sustainable than focusing development in our core areas. The reason why the region introduced the limits to growth legislation quite some time ago was that we stop continuing to build into farmland and into the natural areas outside our region and begin to build up rather than out. And I think this is a great example. Lastly, just like Mayor McGarry mentioned earlier on, cleaning up the site, getting rid of the environmental contamination. So those three aspects: building sustainably from an architectural standpoint, mechanically, electrically, building up rather than out into the hinterland, as well as cleaning up the site. These are significant environmental positives for this project. I hope that answers your question, Scott.
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we'll move on to Mayor McGarry. Go ahead, please, Mayor McGarry.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I do appreciate some of the comments that you've made about the sustainability. I do note that you've been in contact with the Grand River Conservation Authority and were able to sort of move to the next phase. So I know that you've got them involved. I am pleased to see some of the potential further coal tar removed from that site. And I do note that a lot of the site right now is covered with a parking lot. So I can understand some of the issues around sustainability in the environment piece, but I actually think that this would be an improvement over some of that. Some of the comments and questions that I've had have been answered already, but one of the things I did want to focus on the environmental sustainability piece is transportation. We know that certainly buildings are one of the large sources of emissions into our atmosphere, but we also know that one of the biggest things that we can impact our environment on is transportation, and a well-connected transportation network and into our core areas where that infrastructure is being built is really important. So when I look to the transportation piece and the business case that not only Cambridge, but the region will be now embarking on in order to get funding for the ION station, the terminus of which is 800 meters from this building, it reminds me that one of the core values that we found in our survey, actually two core values I want to speak to. One is the environment sustainability, and the other of our residents point to the hard countryside line that we want to uphold. That means density and height and transportation networks in our core areas. From what I see here, this does tick those boxes. It gets the density down there in order to help support the business case for the funding for our LRT phase 2 to Cambridge. It also supports a walkable city that allows people to get out of their cars more often. And it also helps to support the density without spreading into the countryside line. So I guess my question at this point would be about the transportation piece. And have you considered ensuring that there's active transportation, that you'll be connecting the trails, that there will be bicycle parking or cycling facilities on your site, and able to really support the higher order transit in our city? Thank you.
Maybe Michael can comment on that. He's done a lot of work with bike paths and extensions of trail networks. Michael, do you feel like you can comment on that?
Absolutely. Thanks, Patrick. And that's an important question. It's a question that's at the core of everything I do, and one of the first things that I think of. There was an earlier comment about ecological integrity, which I would quickly piggyback to say the second thing that no matter what I carry into my agenda, particularly on this project. So this project, the idea of the waterfront promenade was to not just flip that front door, but to get a connective stream of urban fabric that would act as a network of trails. We see the beginning of these trails coming into the regions. We see how well they're used, but we see a disparity in the connection of them. And it really tends to be one of the biggest issues that I encounter working in landscape and urban design. So connective tissue everywhere was critical in this project. So the project was the mill and the lands of the mill itself, but we also looked to the streets. We looked across the streets. We looked at how to stitch better across the streets. And the river was the spine that really catalyzed that network and all of those connections. So it's first and foremost in the design of the landscape here.
Maybe I can just add to that quickly on the streetscape. You know, we're looking at turning the Water Street to a two-way with the increased streetscape, the medians, the islands that we want to put, just slowing down that traffic is going to be an important piece, not just for us, but for the residents in the area. And then just offering bike rental. We're doing this now in the community of Elora, and building a trail system with the township there. And so we've done it there. We've done it in Burlington, working with the city of Burlington. So we've done this before, where that connectivity is very important. I think that's the big differentiator, if I could say, that, you know, we're the operators, we're here to stay. And so thinking through of all these things, whether it's sustainability, whether it's paying the hydro bill. You know, we're going to be paying a substantial part of the hydro bill, so absolutely we want to make sure that this thing is built in a sustainable way. So there's so many different things, from how we grow our food on our organic farm right now and keep the trucks local, to having people do local stay vacations. I know it's popular right now with COVID, but we want to keep that around. And we're seeing that a lot in Aurora. We're opening up our hotel in Burlington. And we think Cambridge is a place. We think Cambridge can be a place that people will want to come and have a short stay vacation, or to Rick's letter, that we don't have to bus people up to the 401 or to a hotel to go elsewhere, but they can actually stay in the downtown. I think that would be an amazing thing, where they can actually visit the School of Architecture, dine and stay without having to get in a car. Like, that would be unbelievable. And so that's what we're really excited about, because it really, you know, we're in this for the long haul. We're not looking to say, how do we get 37 stories and take and run and leave town. This is a long-term plan for us. And so making sure we cover all the bases. And, you know, let's be honest, there's a lot more planning we have to do, but we've got a great foundation to this. We have a great layout, I believe, right now, that is going to be the base for something that is going to be pretty special. And obviously I'm pretty excited about it. And yeah, no, anyways, yeah, I'll stop. Sorry.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Councillor Devine is next. Councillor Devine, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I think it's great that property is getting potentially remediated. You know, it needs to be cleaned up for sure. I'm concerned about the height. I'm concerned that we may set a precedent for around the city, not just along the Grand River, but the Speed River as well. So that is concerning, and I'd feel a whole lot more comfortable if this application had come in after we were dealing with the height guidelines for the city of Cambridge, which I believe there's a report coming out for that. So I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we dealt with this. And I'm not asking for a deferral or anything like that. I mean, somebody else can do that, but I would certainly feel a lot more comfortable after these studies had been completed that we've asked staff to do. And the other question I have, and this is for maybe Patrick Sims, you had indicated that these buildings were going to be of a prefab nature. Is that correct?
Not prefab. There will likely be some precast concrete used as part of the cladding system.
Precast?
Precast cladding.
Would that be similar to what was done on 49 Queen Street East in Hesper?
That's the HIP development down there. I don't think our building will be like that project. We're looking at other high-rise developments in other places, and I'm literally speaking around the world to develop a look and a feel of some of the best examples of high-rise hotel and condo towers in some of the greatest cities. And precast concrete, we call it architectural precast because it's designed to go a higher level than some of the precast used just for structural purposes. So we're going to combine that with some stone cladding around the bottom, obviously glazing as well. So lots of work still to do on the exterior of the building, but you know, like many of the other delegations have said, you know, Aaron likes to do it right, and so we're trying to guide him to an architecture solution that works, you know, for him and the level of quality that he's looking for.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann. And my question is centers around the height, and it seems to come on the heels of exactly what Councillor Devine was talking about. People tend to have an aversion to height. That there's a worry within the community that height somehow diminishes a city, and it's not something that I particularly share, but I wondered if you could could talk about the height and particularly in why you have the height and what are the advantages of having it the height that it is.
I'll speak architecturally. I'll speak.
Architecturally, there's a business case obviously for the height, and Aaron will talk about that in a second. That we're sort of responding to that and the comments that Aaron received a few years ago about the earlier design where sort of wall of a building was created, a lower building, but to accommodate the number of units and hotel suites that allowed the business case to be made for the project. Once you reduced it to I think it was 15 stories or whatever it was, it meant really a sort of solid, massive building extending from one end of the site to the other. And I think the city rightfully responded, negatively to that. And what we tried to do, some of the other delegations have mentioned, is try to take that mass and sort of stretch it up in as tall, elegant buildings as we can, as well as torquing them and twisting them, try to angle them so that their height was less of a factor. And we also, were deferential to the neighbors to the north, the grand condo building and waterscape, so that pulled it back and away and twisted it so that it could maximize their views as well. So, and again, I didn't really expand on the architecture during my presentation, but we've gone to a great deal of effort to look at some of the more significant features to break it down with the belt line that we call it. And some of you may have noticed that horizontal line that aligns to the grand condo building to the north, and then sort of steps down in the hotel building towards the downtown. So to create a sort of perceptive line at that mid-rise level, so that people feel that there's some reference to the scale of the city. And then once you're above that, there's less sort of attention to the height itself. And finally, if I may, just the skyline, the sloped roof that we've added at the top of both buildings, really to make these not just tall, thin, elegant, but to give them a distinctive skyline silhouette as well. It's just a sort of fraction of the effort we put into modeling and designing the aspects of these elevations. And maybe offline we can have a little other presentation of the exact architecture to council at some point.
So you'd say tall and slim or short and fat?
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it.
Well, that was the council direction in 2016, as I mentioned earlier. We had a short 12-story but fat building, and it was asked to do just that. Can we go back and relook at it? So that's what the exercise that came out of it. And so not just architectural reasons, but obviously making sure that the numbers make sense, that we don't cut corners at the end of the day when it comes to using the right materials. We want to make sure that at the rising construction costs, that we can still build a very high quality product.
Thank you.
Aaron, if I could just build on that comment there. The idea of a 40-story building, I mentioned it in my presentation. I can appreciate it. It does sound tall. It's taller than what Cambridge has experienced. But from a land use planning perspective, these buildings are here and they're here to stay. Like I said, they're in London. They're in communities where they never thought they'd have 40-story buildings before. And when we have an application like we have before us today, we've got the ability to set the bar very high. Let's work together to get it done right. But to simply say no to this height with the expectation that will keep height out of Cambridge is I think a little bit short-sighted. I think the better approach is to say, hey, let's take this application with a proponent like the one we have, and ensure that the details are done right, and set that bar high for those future proposals that are inevitable. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. And we'll move on to the next councillor, and that's Councillor Mehta. Go ahead, please, Councillor Mehta.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question has to do with the timeline of construction and how long total build out is anticipated, and when are you planning on starting, and when will that finish it up? Thanks.
I'll try to answer that. The construction time is always a tough one. We hope to achieve our zoning and start our site plan process this year, and working through the road infrastructure, making sure that our services and the streetscape and our parking can be satisfied through next year would be the kind of the high level plan. And then after that, when we start, I think that's going to remains to be seen just based on how we get through the rest of the approvals. But we hope to start soon. So if that's not the year after, very shortly after. The duration of construction, this is not a small site, so it's going to take a few years, whether it takes 2-3 years. Right now, we haven't outlined a schedule, but it's going to take probably approximately 2 to 3 years to build.
Thank you. And then I'm just going to ask one more time, are there any other questions from council for staff or for our consultants? Councillor Ameta, your hand is up. Do you have another question? I don't think so. No more questions? Then I'm going to ask, does council have any comments that they want to make? Councillor Ameta, your hand is up.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do have a few comments.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I do think it is an exciting proposal as far as the concept goes, but I do want to raise concerns that were mentioned earlier regarding the height. It is a major change for the downtown. And I'm personally concerned about the sight lines, like when you're looking up the river and that kind of thing. And a lot of cities such as Guelph in particular, they have, policies for taller buildings where they put them in areas where they're not quite as obvious, and they manage to protect the sight lines and things like that. And I'm just concerned about the height. I mean, as far as making the number of units, like staff can negotiate and stuff, but I just want to send some comments back to staff that I would like a lower height, and how they accomplish that. I don't know if they'd have to look at a shorter, wider building again, and then you break up the facade so it's not one big mass, or if maybe they could do a third building across the street on top of the parking structure. But I'd like to look at ways to shorten the height. I want to be on record for saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ameta. Next, we have Councillor Liggett for comments. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're in full debate here now. I see the developers are still here, so I'm just kind of.
And maybe this is an opportunity. I think what we'll do is, thank you for bringing that up. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back in 5 minutes and we'll continue with the comments. So we'll take a 5-minute recess and return. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Just before we get started into the comments, I want to make a couple of comments myself about the presentations from both staff and from the consultants. And it was a great opportunity. There were some really good comments and really good design that was brought forward by both staff and the consultant, and great questions from council. And it's been a very good public consultation process. So I really wanted to commend everybody for the questions that they've raised and the thoughts that have been expressed in the presentations that have been made today. And before we move on to Councillor Liggett, I just want to ask Councillor Liggett, are you all right if Councillor Devine goes first? I know he has an appointment that he has to go to, and I think it's important that we hear his comments, and he has to leave at 2:30.
Yes, I did ask him during the break if he could go before me so that he could leave.
Thanks. We'll move on to you then. Councillor Devine, go ahead with your comments, please.
Well, thank you very much. And, thanks for moving me ahead, as I do have a pending appointment. And I agree with what Councillor Mann had said. There's very professional presentation. Staff had done a good job. And I think we're all going to mixed emotion about this. We really are. And the development community spoke very well. I understand that that's their bread and butter. I get that. And I also understand that we need people living in core areas for the cores to survive, for the business to survive. And it's happened in all three core areas, Gulf, Preston, and Hesper. Probably the one that got devastated the worst from a business perspective was probably Queen Street and Hesper. Because once since 69, 70, when the mall, Save That Mall, was put out in Holiday and Drive, Save That's theirs out there, and people just migrated out there. They forgot about their small local businesses, and that really killed the course. The malls have killed the course. Now, revitalize the course. I think there's many ways we can do it, but I'm very, very concerned about the height of the buildings, because I believe that will open the floodgate in this community. We have two rivers running through this community, two wonderful rivers that for many years were nothing more than cesspools. Now they've been cleaned up, and they're the heritage rivers, the Speed and the Grand. I, for one, don't really want to see these this type of density, these type of buildings up and down the rivers. I really don't. I think we need to stick with our plan. We need to, the stuff that we've commissioned to do, the heritage study and the height density studies, et cetera. I believe all those need to be completed prior to a decision being made on this. And I'm surprised this came prior to those things being completed. I'm very surprised about that. Obviously, there's been a push from somewhere. And at Pearl Hospitality, I believe, is a wonderful company, reputable company, and they do things right. And I believe the architecture, the Patrick Simmons, I believe wants to do the best thing for the community. I understand that, but I'm not sure the best thing for the community is 37 stories and 28 stories, because it's going to open the floodgate. It will open the floodgate. So, and I'm sorry, I have to go. I won't be voting this, obviously, because I'm not here, but I'd be either voting to turn it down or deferral or go back to the drawing board. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And we'll move on to Councillor Liggett then. Go ahead, please, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say that I liked everything that Councillor Devine had to say. We listened to some very good presentations. These are people whose profession is to make these types of presentations, and they've done a great job. There's a lot of pretty pictures, a lot of pretty words. I wanted to also bring attention to the fact that, someone out there had mentioned about the size of the sign, and there's also a problem with the dates on the sign. So the public was misinformed by that. And I think we have to go back to our old sizing of signs, because the sign was done by the developer versus the type that we had regulated previously. So it looked more like a for sale sign for units that were going to be in the building than what it was there for, to inform the public. I take exception that when the comments are made that we had better get used to these heights because they're coming, no matter what, they're coming. And so we need to get used to it. I disagree with that. I think that there are communities who have made mistakes in their height, the heights that they've done. And I'm actually surprised at one of the delegates who had mentioned, that they were in approval of this when just, I'm just trying to think, maybe 5 months ago, they did a complete video presentation saying the exact opposite for some of the cities in this region. And they had grave concerns of this happening in downtown Galt, actually. So I kind of am surprised at that. We still haven't dealt with the report that's supposed to be coming to us. We were told next month to do with the firefighting problems that we have, that we're not, I had brought it forward prior to this, and we were supposed to get a bit of a report prior to the one coming in July, and we're still waiting for that on what the capabilities are for fighting high-rise fires. So that's still to come. The height guidelines is still to come, despite also what that picture showed. We have not set the boundaries of the heritage district plan study. It's not totally finished yet. We have gone out to the public for them to have input into what changes might be made on that, and we don't have that back yet. The last meetings that we had where we broke off into groups, people were asked about whether they wanted it expanded or decreased, and there was a lot of questions about having it increase. So we're still waiting for that part of it. I know that, I would ask that people here reject this motion. I know that that's not going to happen. So I am going to ask for a deferral until we can have all of these other things in place so that we can make a better decision on this, because these, in 2015, we certainly did not ask for higher buildings of this magnitude, even though that's what seems to be being said. So anyway, I'm asking for a deferral, and I'd like a seconder for that, please.
Before we move to, sorry, Mr. Bromberg, you had your hand up. You wanted to speak to that. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Mann, to members of council. The recommendation before you today is simply for staff to take the application, take the comments, and work on the application. If there is a concern around the Galt Heights study, the Galt Core Heritage Conservation District, we expect that work to be completed by the time we are prepared to come back to this committee with a recommendation. So today's recommendation is not to approve what you've heard, it's simply to direct staff to work on the planning application. If council chooses not to have staff work on the planning recommendation, no work will be done, and the proponent or the applicant can go through the appeal mechanism as provided through the Planning Act. I just wanted to make sure that council was aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bromberg. And back to you, Councillor Liggett. So you had asked for a deferral. Does that help explain?
Sure, it does. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my screen here, so just bear with me 1 second. Yeah, so I understand what Mr. Bromberg is saying, and I agree with that. The deferral was a premature at this point in time. I would also like to have the fire, report in on the fire department too. That's supposed to be finalized and into us. I think maybe Mr. Bush could verify that it's still coming to us in July. Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move on to Councillor Wolf then. Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'd just like to say I was very impressed with the presentations this afternoon, both for and against the development. I was impressed that many of the people in the development side are lifelong residents of Cambridge, and they live they said they can see the development. They live across from it. We had the number of residents in 150 Water Street, Dan Clements' report showing all the people there. And if you looked at the names, many of our prominent citizens who are in favor of this development. Patrick Simmons lives a block away. He has lived here for over 20 years. Scott Higgins is from Preston, I believe. Michael from Hessler. So I feel very confident that this development, because it's being done by basically people who live and love Cambridge, is going to be a great development. And in 2015, when they had this sort of mock chateau, which I know Councillor Rametta liked, it was totally panned by the School of Architecture. And they thought it was a huge embarrassment to put up that kind of building at the entrance to our downtown. And now we have what some of us see as too much of a change, but is getting sort of kudos from the architects, Rick Haldenby and others. So I know change is difficult for most people, but I think that we have to look to the future, and we'll look to the future in terms of the architecture, look to the future in what it can do for our downtown core, for the density, and for the sustainability that's going to be part of this project. So I'm anxious to hear the staff report and more comments. And I think when we get down to different design, we can look at the parking garage. We can look, will there be accessible units? We can look, I want a bike room that has plugins for scooters and e-bikes and that kind of thing. There's all sorts of details that we can add to this project, but I think that it's about a $409 million investment in our downtown, and that's extremely exciting.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. We'll move on to Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you, I'd like to thank all the developers that presented, as well as all the delegations. Again, both those that are for the potential project and also against it. I think it's a testament to how much residents care about the vibrancy and future of their city. So I think that's an important point to stress. And I know this is a sensitive issue because, as a lot of people have pointed out, the river cuts through all of Cambridge. No matter where you are in any core, there's a river running through it. And this is certainly something that alters the riverscape, so to speak. For me, when my wife and I first moved to Cambridge, we said, this is an amazing place. It's got amazing potential, but what's going to make our kids want to stay here when they turn 18, when they're 20, what's going to want to make them set up shop? And I think it is projects like this that will return that sense of vibrancy, of resiliency, frankly, of excitement and optimism to a city that more often than not, I feel, seems a bit down on its luck. It is a big change, for sure, but I think all change, if we want to take it seriously, it entails risk and it entails uncertainty. And there are ways to mediate that and reduce that by, again, ensuring the report covers all the bases that we are discussing today and that concerned citizens are bringing to council, by looking at the latest studies, by talking to experts, by talking to professionals, by looking at trends locally, provincially, nationally, internationally, asking, is this a good idea? There are means and ways that we can reduce that uncertainty. And I think we should pursue those, because I think if we look at our cores, I love the history of Galt. I'm sure just shrouded in kind of vintage stuff from the history of the city. But one thing I'm realizing is that we can never go back in time, right? We love the old cobblestone nature of the city. Nothing we will ever do will bring back Scroggins Shoe Factory, right? So we have to look into the future and say, based on the moves we can make today, what's going to ensure that my son and my baby daughter will want to stay here when they're 18 or when they're 22. And what's going to cement that sense of excitement and that sense of place that fosters a new community. The cores have come up a lot because communities revolve around cores. And I always say, whenever anyone looks at Cambridge, it's a bit of an outlier when you look at Canadian towns because we don't have a center, right, that kind of radiates outwards. We're a triangle, or in some senses a square, right, incorporating Blair. What we need to do to ensure our cores survive is that we need people living there, we need people working there, and we need people playing there. And I think projects like this, they hit all three, they accomplish all three, and they're ways of building our community going forth that I think we have to look into right now if we want Cambridge to be a viable community, both now and into the future, taking advantage of economic, demographic, and as we've discussed, environmental trends that are affecting cities everywhere. I do have concerns, of course, environmental sustainability, the Haudenosaunee peoples and issues along the river, height, of course, is a concern. But for me, those are concerns that we have to study and look at and ask questions and discuss with one another to see, are we willing to exchange an empty riverfront and a parking lot for very large buildings? What are the pros and cons? Like, this is a discussion we should have. We shouldn't just throw the baby out with the bathwater because things will change, right? I'm excited for projects like this going into the future because we need it in the city. We need to start looking forward more. We need to get excited. We need to have that sense of optimism and energy. And I think things like this, even though they're not perfect at this stage, we can get excited about it. And we can look at the nitty-gritty fine details going forth about how to make it as best as possible for the community as we all grow together. Because we're going to grow no matter what. So we have to ensure we do it the right way, properly, as efficiently and effectively as possible, incorporating as many voices as we can. So I think this is a way to really return excitement and optimism to the city. The cores need it. We need more people living, working, and playing there. And I think this accomplishes those things. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. Next, we'll move on to Councillor Reid. Go ahead, please, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann. My goodness, there's not much left to say after both Councillor Wolf and Councillor Hamilton, but I am very excited about this. And one of the things that I did want to point out to all of the people who did come, and I want to thank everybody who came forward and brought their ideas and their things forward for us to look at, because there is much for us to consider when we are looking at this. But what I found was very different than most of our public meetings is that there were more people who came out in favor of this than those who were opposed. And usually that doesn't happen, because usually if people are in favor, they don't bother to come out and say so. They just kind of feel comfortable that, okay, I like it, so I don't need to say anything. So I think it's really important for us to note that the number of people who did come forward in support of this particular development. And it's notable to say what kinds of people came forward, like the BIA, recognizing that that it would be a very great help to them and to their businesses in the downtown. The Chamber of Commerce, who has businesses all across Cambridge, who says, yes, this is a good thing for Cambridge and it will help us. And also there were other people who came forward, and also real estate businesses from business people. And I think it's really important that we look at how many people came forward and who came forward. I think I'm really excited about this prospect. I'm really looking forward to staff taking back all of the comments, and I know they do take back all of the comments and consider every last one of them before they come back to us with a recommendation. So just in finally saying that I'm really, really, really supportive of this particular development, and I'm really looking forward to the recommendations from staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And we'll move on to Councillor Edgeshade, please. Go ahead, Councillor Edgeshade.
Thanks, Mayor Man. I too am in favor of this motion. I'm really glad to see that we'll be getting the study from the height guidelines back before we make any final decision. I'm really looking forward to seeing what staff has got to say, what their recommendations are. So I'm really in support of them. I think this is an exciting and dynamic project. Downtown, it's going to be a gateway to downtown. I believe it's an iconic design that will revitalize downtown. And it's a beautiful riverside development. I think really is making great use of the river. So I think a lot of thought and effort and concern has gone into this development. So looking forward to what staff has got to say in that regard.
Thank you, Councillor Edgeshade. Next, we'll move on to Mayor McGarry. Go ahead, Mayor McGarry.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor Mann. I wanted to go back to some of the comments that I made during some of the question period. The downtown Galt Core has been identified as an urban growth center by provincial policy, and we need to comply with increasing the density in the downtown cores. I also wanted to thank all of the delegations that came forward today, both for and against this development. Often, when we're able to take all those comments back to staff reports and to see what can be developed, often it's a better plan overall. And so I really appreciate this. We've just undergone a strategic plan update in the city of Cambridge. And one of the principal things that people mentioned was core area revitalization. So I look at this application as supporting that very highly held value by our Cambridge residents. This supports higher order of transit. It's within 800 meters or the major transit area improvement area to the terminus of the LRT Phase 2, which has just been greenlit by the province so that our city and our region can go ahead now and do the detailed business case in order to apply for funding. And part of that business case ensures that we have the density of people working and living within 800 meters of that major transit station. It also supports that sustainability. We're looking forward to a future where we have fewer cars. We have electrified transportation systems that diminish the CO2 emissions from our current transportation system. That's good for our environment. We're looking at increasing density in the downtown cores in order to take advantage of the infrastructure that we already have built in the downtown areas, such as transportation and the road systems. This also supports having people living and working in the core area, as we've heard described by not only business owners, the BIA, but many people who recognize that it's one thing to restore or renovate our downtown core buildings and put a new storefront up, but it's simply another to ensure the viability and sustainability of that business by having enough people in the core area to shop there, which will give them and their family better income and a better quality of life here. This also supports, to me, the density in the core, preventing urban sprawl. It's a highly held value here in Waterloo region that we have a hard countryside line. And I can tell you from a regional perspective, as we're undergoing the regional official plan review right now, this is still a core value held dearly by Waterloo residents, but it was also identified in our strategic plan that Cambridge residents also want to ensure that we can maintain our prime agricultural land. That means building in core dense areas. If you look at any of our downtown core areas, but Galt City Centre right now, there are very few sites to build on. And I really understand that the development industry struggles to either put land deals together to try and acquire the land or to rehabilitate brownfield sites like this one once was. And so I see the cleanup of the coal tar in this whole area, including the former building of waterscape towers, as certainly an advantage. I also see that it opens up the pedestrian areas for the for our downtown pedestrians as the concept drawings has certainly showed us. I do also look forward to the staff report. These are just initial comments. I fully believe that the staff report is going to be quite telling about where we're at. And I'm really looking forward to having further discussion when the staff report comes back. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. And move on to Councillor Mehta. Go ahead, Councillor Mehta.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I thought we had really good discussion on this, and I'm impressed as well with the presentations on both sides of the coin that came forward. And I believe, a great thing about democracy is when you hear all different views, you can potentially get a better result when everything is taken into consideration. And I'm certainly not arguing against infill development. And, we do need people living in our downtowns to support the long-term viability of that. So I am a firm supporter of that. I just want to make it clear that from my perspective, we do need to protect the character of our downtown. And it is very unique in the province of Ontario and across the country. And, once you lose that character, you don't get it back. And I know there are municipalities in Ontario that have made mistakes with height and, or with the design, although here the design's very good, it's more the height. So anyways, there's been municipalities that I've spoken to that are concerned about the mistakes they've made in the past with height, and they're trying to undo it. But it's a very hard thing to undo, because once that character is lost, you don't get it back. And Councillor Wolf was right that I did like the Tudor design a lot, and I know that it's not the Tudor design, the Chateau design. And I know that there are architects that didn't like it, but there are also architects that do. And a lot of municipalities across Ontario, like Collingwood, for example, they've built warehouses from scratch. And in Unionville, they've done historical style buildings from scratch. And the buildings look like they've been there for centuries, just the way they've been done. But, at the same time, I'm not restricted to traditional design. I do like the modern elements as well. And there are a lot of good examples of that. And I do believe that Patrick has done an excellent job with the design as far as the facade and the materials are concerned. It's just the height that I'm uncomfortable with. And I want to be on record of saying that. And, besides the sight lines and the overall character, it's also the shadow impacts. The shadows could potentially go as far as Roseville Ave. And that's quite a distance, and that's concerning. So I think things like that need to be worked out. And, whether we do a shorter, wider building, whether we look at that again, or, if there's a way to do a third building on top of the parking garage across the street, or if there are any other ideas that come up, I'd like something done with the height. And the number of units, I know that's staff to go through, staff will go through that. But I would like to lower the height, and I want to be on record for saying that. And I know horizontal sprawl, I know that's bad, like having too much of that, but so is vertical sprawl. And that seems to be what we're kind of losing in Ontario, I think. While we're acknowledging the harmful effects of sprawl, we're doing too much vertical sprawl in Ontario. And I would just like our community to take a more unique approach to be able to accomplish infill, but to respect the character. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta. And I know, Mayor McGarry, your hand is still up, and maybe you're just waving. Thanks. And we'll move on to Councillor Liggett. Go ahead, please, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am not against the concept of this. I think it's an incredible concept, and I hope they come back with something that is workable for everybody around this table, as well as have a greater acceptance of the people in the community, because it is an amazing concept, and I've been on record publicly saying that. I want to just talk about a couple of things here. So when Councillor Hamilton talks about doing something that will keep our kids here, there's a lot of kids who never left this community, but a lot left to go to school someplace else, and just are world travelers or who, just have done different things with their lives. My own kids don't work in this community, but they chose to live here and they chose to raise their kids here because this is the type of community they want. They don't want the excitement of bars and that sort of thing, even though they can be as much a partier as anybody else. But they looked at where do they want to raise their kids. And this was the community they decided they wanted to. And it helps that there's somebody here to look after their kids when they need them on a Saturday night too. But and then, when we talk about the need to comply with the urban growth, we're complying. And there's a lot of developments coming into the downtown in the future. I don't think we need to be doing a whole pile of 30, 35, 40-story buildings in order to achieve what we're already set to achieve. And also the fact that we've had so many people who are supportive of this and not as many against. I just want to say that there's 700 people who signed a petition against this. So they have to be counted in that number. And those are also growing people. You also have people who ask for somebody else to speak on their behalf. And you have people who are working during the day. They can't come here. And some of those people sent in emails to us and a video to us, which we were not able to see tonight. And I hope that we've all got time to look at it afterwards. But you can't say because you see 10 people on a page in a building as that's more than the 700 in the same building who oppose it. We can't say that. I would like to see this project proceed. I'm absolutely fine with it going back to staff for a report. I hope staff takes into consideration what we're saying about the height, because I think that the height is a grave concern to most people. And if we can get past that, I think you will have a lot of people that are on that petition of 700 would probably come on board. And as Councillor Armetta had stated, we stand to lose too much if we continue on this path and go forward and allow all these 35, 40-story buildings, 25-story buildings in our community. We can't get it back. London made a big mistake. They've admitted they made a mistake by letting a developer come in and demolish an entire block of their downtown. They wish they had not done that. And I hear of other communities, as he has, who have said that they've made a mistake. Vertical is not always best. Sometimes the mass and the shorter building is better. I met with a developer who's currently a developer in this town, and you'll be hearing more of him in the Hespeler area soon. I met with a pre-consult with him about 2.5 weeks ago, and he's doing a development downtown, and we talked about the height versus the vertical. I'm sorry, the vertical versus the horizontal. And he would like to do the shorter building, but still do the same density. And I think it's achievable. We saw that with Gaslight. We had a architect come in from Guelph, I think it was. I can't remember his name. And he showed us, he had a mock cardboard cutout thing. We all came down and we looked at his thing during the meeting where he showed the Gaslight developers that they could achieve the same density number of people living there as the vertical one that they had already in the plan. So I think it's achievable. I think it can be extremely beautiful. We have another developer who, if he proceeds with his development, will be the largest in the region as far as money being put into development. And his concept of the whole courtyard concept, I think, is an incredible one. And I hope he does keep developing downtown. And I hope he follows through with what he has promised that he's going to do. But we cannot say that we're not going to achieve the numbers if we don't allow these tall, huge buildings, because we can achieve them. It's just, are we going to stay the course and say we have all of our downtowns? It's not just Galt I look at Hespeler and I look at Preston. I mean, I envy Preston. I mean, I love their long downtown and the parallel streets to it. And I look at how that looks as in comparison to Toronto, and their main streets in Toronto have that same residential parallel streets. And that's why I think Preston is so successful. We don't have that in Galt. Hespeler doesn't have that. So they're all three unique downtowns, and I don't want any one of them to lose their flavor because we've made a mistake as the stewards of this point in time as elected officials and allowed it to get out of hand. I don't want to be remembered as the person who allowed that to happen, but I think we all, every one of us here, want the best for this community, the current residents and those going into the future. So I've waxed on enough. So anyway, my pardon for that.
Well, thank you everyone for the discussion. And before I turn to the clerk and ask her to call for the vote, I'm just going to make a couple of comments myself. I really appreciate the presentations that we've had today, whether it be from staff, from the consultant, and from the delegations. I think it's been very professional, and people have put a lot of thought into it and a lot of forward thinking about where we're going as a community. And there's been some real vision put into where people want to go and where they think we should go. And it's given us a lot to think about as a council. And again, I appreciate the comments and the questions that council have asked of staff and of the consultants rather. And I think, again, it's been a very thought-provoking afternoon. And I think the biggest thing that has come of it is the comments in relation to height. And I know staff will be looking at that when they take this back. But again, just want to thank you for thank my colleagues for the professional conversation and dialogue that we've had this afternoon and the way in which we've been able to discuss this and ask staff to take it back. So I'm going to turn to the clerk now and ask that she would take a call for the vote in relation to this particular item. Madam Clerk, please.
So it's moved by Councillor Liggett and seconded by Councillor Urmeta. Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Urmeta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
Favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And Deputy Mayor Mann.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you again for being here and for your understanding during this public meeting. It's been a great public meeting. And as we mentioned earlier and as outlined in our council agenda for today, council will now recess until 5 p.m. when we reconvene to discuss the rest of our agenda. So thank you, Cambridge, for being here. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Please stay well, stay safe. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.